Counter's running.
Yes, I see meeting
Okay.
recording is in progress.
Okay, so you want me to do a roll call?
Well, let me first announce that this is a Board of Assessment meeting. The date is Thursday, March 4th, 2021. The start time of this meeting is 4:17 p.m. And Prue, would you please do a roll call of the attending members?
Sure. Harold Sawatsky?
I'm here.
Okay. Ranik Patel?
Present.
Peter Rupert?
Present.
Kathleen Griffin?
Here.
Paulette Kuzo?
Here.
And Ross Murray?
Here.
Thank you. I think that we can begin the meeting, so I will call the meeting to order. Do I have a second?
I'll second that. Peter, seconds.
Peter has called the meeting to order. The purpose. I'm sorry, Kathleen?
Sure. Actually, the roll call probably should have included everybody on the board, and so that the people who are not here are marked absent for the deliberations, just so there's no confusion about that. You know what I'm saying? So she probably should have called all 9 members' names, but
I can list the members who are not present. I will give their names. The members who are not present include John Spoliar, Judy Sablack, Catherine Giff, and Alexis Harrison.
great.
There's a total of 9 members, and we have 5 members present for a quota to conduct the meeting. And the meeting has been called to order. So the purpose of this meeting is to conduct deliberations and votes upon the appeals that have been properly brought before the board. And each member of the board who is present will have an opportunity to present the appeals that they have heard individually. Do we have any volunteers who would like to begin, or shall I?
Harold, can we just go through the process first?
Can I ask you to please present that, Kathleen?
Sure. This is Kathleen. So I just wanted to go through for the record how Harold and I thought that we would try to make this work this year. At least for tonight anyway, if everybody can just do a few of them, we'll get a swing of what works and what doesn't work. So as long as we can be, we'll just figure it out. If it's messy, we'll figure out a better way to make order out of it. But in general, we were thinking that whoever heard the appeal would present it to the board, give just a sort of a brief summary of the information. I should back up. Read into the record which appeal it is. So if it, for example, pretty much what you did during the hearings, just say, this is appeal number 57 for property address, 15 Stony Brook Road. The owner of the property is X, and the town value is this, and the person is requesting to go to this. So I think we have all that information on our note sheets or in other places. And if you need help with any of that, I did email that spreadsheet to everybody a little bit before, and I tried to put those columns in the beginning. And hopefully if you've got it in your notes, I think that's a good way to start each appeal. And then everybody, if you're not presenting, if you can call up the spreadsheet that I have, you can find that appeal number and then sort of click on the field cards or the backup to follow along, for the links I put in the spreadsheet in the column on the left. And Prue, I sent that to you too. There is a column over to the right, whether you want to, put down the decisions in there or the dates, or Ross does, that's totally up to you. But, at least for tonight, we'll we'll go from there. And then, so as what we were thinking was as you present, you just give a summary again of what you heard. And if another person was there other than the appellant, if they had brought an attorney or something, you want to mention that. And just sort of give a brief summary of what they presented to you, trying to hit their salient points, because obviously we can't have 15 minutes for every presentation to repeat what people have said to us. There are, as we all know, there are recordings of all of these sessions. So if anybody, wants to go back and hear more of that, but, our goal is pretty much to listen and make a summary. And then we hope to go through the process where if you're comfortable, you can actually make a motion to either approve the item, approve for the requested amount, or approve it for an amount, a reduced amount. So we call that, what do we call that?
A partial.
A partial, in part, right. Grant, that's the word we use, to grant the appeal in part, or deny the appeal. And then we would ask for a second for that. And so, Prue, if you can kind of watch for people, well, actually, yeah, if you can watch for people's hands, I think, Harold, if you're okay with Prue calling somebody for a second for the record, she can just say that person's name, that it was seconded by Peter Rupert, so that you can be looking at documents and you don't have to be watching for hand raising. Plus she has to record that anyway for the minutes. So I think it's good that if she calls out who the second was, whether, and she can recognize that person for the second. I don't see any reason why you can't give her that authority.
That all makes good sense. I would also add, if I might have missed this, that all of the documentation that we are basing our opinions on is also available on the town's BAA website.
Yes.
I think I could go for a shot at it if you'd like, Harold, or anyone.
Sure. Let me just finish, so that once you've made the first, and yes, okay. Once there's a first, and then we have a second on the table, then Harold, you open it up for discussions and comment. And because we may have 9 at some of these hearings, we're probably, Harold, you might want to recognize, people to go next and comment on it. And maybe people will have comments and maybe they won't. And then at that point, you can just call for a vote. And I think if Prue sees that all of the hands are up and it's a unanimous vote, then she can just say, she sees that there's all 5 members are in favor. And if it's not, if not all 5 hands, I mean, Paulette is on the phone. So I guess we would ask her, because we can't see her hand, but, or she could speak and she's not. If she's not, we'll give her the opportunity to say that. And then, lost my train of thought. And then record the votes. And if it's not, then we go to a roll call vote. And, Prue can call the names and you can say, yes or no, or, aye or nay or whatever to the roll call vote. But allow her to call the roll, since she has to keep track of everybody's vote if it's not unanimous. If it's unanimous, she knows what the vote is based on who's here at this, particular time. And then she can record, the date of the decision and the amount of the decision. And I think that's all we need, that's all we need for them, whether it was to grant, to grant it in part or to deny it. That's pretty much the process we've been using for our motions. Am I right, Harold? I think other years, and Peter?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, this is Harold. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I would just like to suggest that since Paulette is not visible on the screen, Paulette, if you wish to speak, just announce yourself. Other members who are visible on the WebEx screen, if you'd like to speak, just raise your hand and I will recognize you.
Okay.
Okay. So do we have any volunteers to present the appeals that they've heard first?
Volunteer one make appeal.
Oh, you're very courageous running.
see how it goes. Don't be too hard on
Maybe
me,
you
guys.
can turn up your volume a little bit. It seems a little bit shallow. Turn up your volume a
Oh,
bit,
my apologies.
your voice volume.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Yes?
Okay, so I'm sharing my screen on this field card. I'm not sure if you guys can see it on the WebEx, but this is the field card. This is appeal number 324, property address 2189 Fairfield Beach Road, and the property owner is Dave Grella, and it's part of this partnership, which is why its record of ownership is under the partnership. So this property, we have this currently valued at $856,400. He does believe that is a mistake, and it believes that it is actually referring to property 2197, not 20. Or I'm sorry, it's comparing to property a property next door, and so there is no structure on this property. It's vacant land, and there's no access except a FEMA wall. And so there's a big discrepancy between the town value and what is a buildable lot. She's requesting value, which is a big difference from $856,400 to $93,000. And the reason for her appeal is that she has an equivalent property of vacant land down the street with similar square footage at $92,500. So I would like the board's input as to, is this a mistake on our end, or is this the true assessed value? Should we be granting her request value of $93,000?
This is
Yes,
Harold.
Harold.
I would like to ask our assessor's office if they can comment on this property at 2182 Fairfield Beach Road and how the assessment was done.
Yeah, this is Ross. It was done with the belief that it was a building lot. I'm sorry, this is 2182 we're looking at?
2189.
Wait, sorry.
2189.
Excuse me, this is Harold. The address of the property on the card is 2182 Fairfield Beach Road. The legal description in supplemental data listed as 2189 and 2. This is Harold. Is it possible that this is the entire parcel as opposed to what the appellant is stating that is just a partial of the total property? Is that a possibility?
I'm not quite following. He thinks it's part of, it's mixed up with another parcel?
Right. He believes that it's the wrong property that we're assessing.
And which one does he think we have it mixed up with?
One next door. Let me see if I can find the attached document. I don't know. Next door, 2197 is the identical lot, which was hold on.
Yeah, I'm just looking at them in Vision and looking at the Yeah. Okay.
This was the comparable lot that he was saying, which was assessed at 92,500 or appraised at 92,500.
So 2197. I recall looking at this and noticing that there was quite a difference in value. I will point out that this lot is 5,227 square feet, and the lot next door, 2197, is 3,200 square feet. So the next door lot is smaller, but I would, if you want, I can check with planning and zoning to see what they say about the, whether that lot can be built on or not.
Okay, yeah, because he was saying that there was a FEMA wall and there's no structures except for that FEMA wall, and there's no access to build because of that wall.
Okay. So if you like, I can check with planning and zoning. Unfortunately, that would be tomorrow,
That's fine.
and I can see what they have to say, and that would certainly make a difference.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I know that was a big one to start with, but I was largely concerned about that one because that was fresh of mind.
Yep.
This is Harold. I would make a motion to withdraw this appeal and put it on hold for further consideration. Do I have a
I second
second?
that.
Well, actually, this is
Second.
Kathleen. I don't believe, Prue can confirm this, but I don't believe Ronique did he make a motion? I think he just asked for some board input, or he asked some questions on the property. I don't think there's a motion on the table, but I could be wrong. Prue, can you answer
There is
that?
no motion.
No motion. Okay. So there's nothing to, we just had some discussion on it. Sounds like there's a question for the assessor on that, and he's going to get back to us. So, if if Ronique would like to make a motion to, I'm trying to decide.
No
Usually-
motion necessary. No motion. I was.
Yeah.
Thank you, though.
Sure. So I think we'll just take it up at we'll just take no action. I think that's what we can do, is just take no action on it.
Yep.
Something to say. This is Paulette.
Yes.
I was just looking at the field card. This property, the subject property, make sure I'm the right one, is 5,000. It's under 6,000 square feet of property. 5,227 square feet. To build on, without a variance, it'd have to be 6,000 square feet for a one family and 9,000 for a two family. So it probably isn't a building lot, but Harold, but Ross should check with building or zoning rather, but it looks like it's not going to end up being a building lot.
This is Harold. Thank you, Paulette.
You're welcome.
So in keeping with the ground rules that we set, Kathleen, you're right. The motion should be initiated by the presenter and can be seconded by others.
This is Kathleen. Like I said, if that's comfortable and that works for everybody, or in this case, Ronique had a question, I don't think a request for additional information requires, we don't have a motion on the table. So I think we're deliberating and discussing. I think that's fine. So.
Very good. This is Harold. Ronique, would you like to proceed with another appeal presentation?
Yeah. Yeah. So let me pull this next one up. This is appeal number 257. This one's a little bit more easier. Okay. So this is for appeal number 257 for Miroslav Shinsky, and we have a town value of $508,200 and the requested value of $450,000. The appellant had two comparable sales, which is immediately right next door. This property, it is listed on the card here, and the next door properties are both larger with two additional bedrooms and assessed at a lower amount. So 170 Long Dean, which is directly next door, has square footage of 1,456 square feet, 4-bedroom with a full bath. Mr. Miroslav's property is at 1,246 square feet, 2-bed, with a crawl space. So not a full basement, half the bedroom size, and less square footage. 170 Long Dean was appraised at $394,100. 162 Long Dean, a house next door to that, similar situation, slightly bigger at 1,356 square feet. Are the appellants at 1,246? 162 Long Dean's 4-bedroom. The appellant's is 2-bedroom. 162 Long Dean has a full bath. He has a crawl space. That one was set at $393,300. So the appellant was requesting, instead of a $508,200 appraisal, that we consider his requested value of $450,000. Is there any additional information the board would like to hear before I make a motion on this?
This is Harold. Any further discussion?
This is Kathleen. I'm scrolling through the appraisal right now. Can you just confirm that the appraisal, it's a recent appraisal that he included? I see an appraisal sheet in the backup, a cover sheet for an appraisal.
Yeah, let me see.
I just want to be clear that this is Kathleen, that he didn't give you comparable sales. He's just looking at the value of his neighbors, or are these comparable sales? Let me see.
So if I look at 170 Long Dean, I'm just going to look at the sales price really quick on 170 just to make sure. So not sales value.
This is Kathleen. So he was looking at the appraised value. I mean, what the town has the person at, not necessarily that the house sold.
Exactly, yes, that is correct. Any other questions?
This is Harold. I think Kathleen was interested in looking at the date of the appraisal, which may be in the file further down in the records.
The date of the appraisal, not on the,
Yeah, This is Kathleen. I don't think he submitted an appraisal. I think it's just a cover sheet of an appraisal. That's what because it's a picture of his home. But the rest of it looks like, field card information, but I'm looking to see if there's an appraisal here.
This is Paulette.
There it
How-
is.
You cut out, Paulette.
I'm sorry. How large is that lot?
Which one? The appellant?
Yes.
The lot is. Can I see that on the field card? The lot
Yes.
size?
This is Ross. It's 6,000 square feet.
So 0.138 acres.
Okay.
And as Kathleen was stating, the documents he attached was the appraisal or the parcel summary of the comparable homes. 170 is the comparable, but you're right, it was just cover pages because same thing with 162 is they're showing the appraised value or the assessed value.
Right, so this is Kathleen. So I think, again, maybe we should have, let's see. I think our job is to try to get to market value, and therefore, it would have, he's showing us what the town has done to his neighbors' properties, but that's not necessarily an indication of what market value is, because the neighbor may be too low, may not be at market value, and he may be, or he may be above market value and his neighbors are correct. But without the sales data to prove what the market value is, it's difficult to say, that he has, that he's correct. Or
Okay.
I shouldn't say correct, I should say to support his argument. In reading the cover sheet there, it says that, those houses' assessed value is lower than mine. My assessed value is higher than theirs, but I'm not seeing anything that's showing me, a definition of market value.
Okay.
Do you want to know what the market value is? Based
This
on-
is Harold. I see Ross has his hand up. Did you want to say something, Ross?
Yeah, just in looking at the properties on either side, they both have 10% adjustment on the land, whereas the subject only has 5. So there's a little bit of an inconsistency on how the land is treated between the adjacent neighbors.
This is Harold. Are there any factors that affect that difference? Are there any impairments on the land?
There's a notation on the card, WTI, and I don't know what that is. That predates me. I'm not familiar with that. So, I mean, that's a code that was on here before I started.
Water treatment? No, never mind.
Yeah, that,
This is,
Are they, yeah,
Paulette.
are they
I'm
near a
sorry.
water treatment?
Yes.
I'm trying to zoom out here.
This is Paulette. They are near the water treatment, but they basically back up to the property that abuts the dump. So that's probably what that's for. They do back up to the water treatment plant.
Yeah, I mean, this is Ross. He's on the opposite side of the street, but like I said, the land on either side is a 10%, and he's only got 5.
this is Harold. If we adjusted his land to the same as his neighbors, how would that affect the assessed value?
The other thing I just see is that the houses also have 5 off. So would you like me to give you a value with 5 off the house and 5 more off the land?
I think that would be helpful.
Okay, so I added 5% off the house and an additional 5 for a total of 10% off the land, which is consistent with the 2 neighbors. And his value, his appraised value is now $479,300.
This is Kathleen. Ross, I'm just confirming, because he's an odd number house, right? The 2 across the street, the other 2 that he presented are even number houses. So when you say his neighbors, you're talking about on the left and right of him that have that, or across the street?
Let me,
Left
I'll
and
double
right
check,
hand.
but I'm pretty sure I grabbed both the odd.
Odd numbers.
Or-
Okay.
Yeah, I can quickly double check that here. Now, you're right. I grabbed the neighbor based on the comp. So the neighbor at 181 has 5 and nothing on the house. And let me get the neighbor on the other side, which will be number 157. And that's 5 also. So it looks like it's 10% on the even side of the street. That's their backyards are in the marsh and treatment area, and across the street is 5.
I see. Okay, so
I
his
stand
should
corrected.
remain 5. So considering a 5 versus a 10 with the folks across the street, I would be fair to say that if only doing 5, but not coming down to his requested value, and judging from Ross's calculations at 479, I would feel more comfortable with doing a partial. What's that, Ross?
Yeah, just to clarify, he has 5% currently on the land, and that is consistent with his 2 adjacent neighbors.
Okay.
So the figures I gave you was an additional 5 on the land and 5 on the house.
This is Harold. I see in the application that they also mention the square footage or size of the house. For example, on 162 Longdean, they have a bigger house and the assessment is lower. Is that something that can be taken into consideration?
I think so. I mean, considering how 162 is 1,356 square feet and 170 is 1,456, and the appellant is at 1,246.
This is Harold.
I mean,
Is it possible that adjustments to the grade and depreciation could have an effect on the value?
Well, they will. There's no, if you change the grade of the depreciation, it will change the value.
This house was, when was this house built, Ronnie? This is Harold.
this house, yeah, it's set 1979.
Okay.
This is Kathleen. I'm looking at his photographs as well, and he has some pictures in his basement. Ronique, did he talk about cracked foundations and things, or
So
there's some
he
photographs in there?
So he did say that his driveway is cracked. Now, when it comes to the basement, he was
I
trying to show that it is not a full basement and that it's in fact a crawl space, and how there isn't enough room to have a full basement. Whereas the other two comparable properties, 170 and 162, both have full basements. And the picture of this is the cracked driveway.
Got it.
But I didn't see huge relevance with the driveway, but I saw more relevance with the crawl space basement versus the full basement.
This is Paulette. While it's nice to have the full basement, in that neighborhood, a lot of houses don't have them. It's really going to only be for storage because they certainly are never going to get a permit to finish that basement without lifting the house. So it's just a matter of storage. But within the evaluation period down in October of 2019, on Vera Street, which is right in that neighborhood, a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath, 1,100 square foot house on a 0.21 acres, closed for $460,000. So hers is smaller, with a smaller lot, and this house is newer. This house was built in 1978 as opposed to the 1800s. So I don't think that asking for $450 is unreasonable based on this sale. There's one other one, and I'm staying right in that little area there because of the dump and the water treatment plant. I don't want to go outside of it because the houses will be more valuable.
Right.
And here's one. Here's a house on Longdean, right on Longdean, on the opposite side of the street from her. So that would be on the water treatment plant side, I think. This one sold for $417 in August of 2020. That's a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,592 square foot home, built in 1959 on 0.14 acres. So this right on the street is a lot less than what she's asking for, and it's bigger.
Yeah. So based on your information, Paula, and all the information gathered from the board as well, I do not think it's unreasonable for the appellant's requested value to be granted for $450,000. Can I motion to have this property granted its requested value of $450,000?
This is Harold. Do we have a second?
I'll second. This is Paulette.
All right, we have a second. Drew, do you want to, all those in favor, raise their hand?
I'm raising my hand, Paulette.
All right, we have,
Oh, this is Kathleen. I'm not gonna vote for this appeal. So I vote no. I'm sorry.
Kathleen, are you abstaining or are you voting against?
I'm gonna vote against.
Okay. So that's a 4 and 1.
Right.
It
This is
carries.
Kathleen. I'm just hoping to see some sales data when people, when people are presenting market value. And I appreciate Paulette's input in helping us to find comps. But with 650 appeals, I just find it's going to be difficult to research every person, if they don't bring us some sales data. So I was hoping that that was an appraisal and it had some, comparable sales in there, or that the presentation would have talked a little bit more about, not him compared to his neighbors, but him compared to some sales. So I'm not saying that I don't think he might be deserving of it. I'm just not comfortable with that, given, what the presentation was from the appellate. So. But that's my, everybody has their own vote, so that's good.
All right, this is Harold Ronique. Do you have another appeal that you want to present?
Yeah. Just bear with me. This is going to be appeal number 393. For Magdalena. I'm just pulling up the information now. This is actually something I would like a discussion with, and perhaps Ross can chime in with zoning on this property. This property is currently valued or assessed at valued at $647,000. She believes the fair market value is $230,000. She believes this property is confused with 1649 Beach Hill, not 1648. I do show that the legal on the field card shows 1648 Fairfield Beach, whereas the current owner shows 1649. Is it possible that this could be combined, or are there two separate evaluations?
Well, let me take a peek. 1648. So 1648 is our subject.
Yes. She believes it's confused with 1649.
Well, 1648 has a building on it.
Is there an assessed value on that?
On the building, or yeah. The building has a net value of 29,400.
And that's 1649?
That's 1648.
Okay, I'm sorry, 16. Okay, so 16, what is the value of 1649?
That is 1,875,100.
So 1 million, so, and 1648 being appraised at 647,100.
Right, and that would be because it's considered a building lot. So they can, you know, they have we've got it coded as a bungalow right now.
Okay. Okay. I did not believe if there was a true confusion with this property, then, but it doesn't seem like there is, then I didn't believe she presented a strong enough case on this. And if it looks like there are two separate evaluations, one for 1649 and one for 1648. And if this is truly a constructible lot where you can build on it, I would not feel comfortable changing this assessment. Any other questions or discussions from the board on this property?
This is Paulette. I have a question or maybe a statement.
Yeah. Paula, I think we lost you. We can't hear. I don't think we can hear you, Paula. I'm not hearing you on my end, at least.
This is Kathleen. I don't hear her either, so.
No.
Okay.
She's dropped off.
How about now? How about now?
Yes,
There
yes,
we
we
go.
hear you
Yep.
now.
Okay, so I don't know if you heard what I was saying. What I said was, although whoever looked at it, it's called it a bungalow, it looks like it's really a garage with the rooms over it. I don't know that it's really inhabitable, and it's only 0.045 of an acre. So I don't know if this building were to come down, if it could be put back up again. I don't know if they would let them build on it. A lot of those other lots on that creek side are not buildable at that size, but zoning would have to be the one to decide that. So I think that a value of an outrageous amount of $647,000. I don't know who looked at that, but they need glasses. That's all.
So this is Kathleen. I guess I feel like now I'm more confused. She appealed property number 1648. Is that correct? And that's
Yeah.
that's Ronique, that's what you're showing a picture of right now with the dumpster in front of it. And it's a creekside
Yeah.
property and it's about 2,000 square feet. If I look at the field card, am I correct? I know she was confused. Let's see, over assessed property, but this is the card that's presented. And where's the land size on this is 1,900 square feet. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, but she's saying it's not, and the town has it as a building lot. But
Yeah.
That's not what she's appealing. She's just saying it's over assessed. She didn't come to us and say, I don't think this should be a building lot.
Exactly.
Mhm. And she didn't give us any sales to support her 230 value unless they're not in the file yet.
No, all she was saying on her appeal was she believes it's confused with 1649, but 1649, there is a separate appeal that is valid according to Ross's point that he made earlier.
Right.
Any other points of discussion on this? Hope
This is
this
Kathleen.
positive.
Is there a motion there is a motion on the table, Prue, is that right? Oh, Prue, I think you're muted.
You're very quiet, Prue. You may have to increase the volume on it.
Or Ross, are you in the same room with Prue or no?
No, is that better?
Yep, Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
we hear you
that's
now.
all right. Is there a motion on the table?
There's not a motion.
Oh, you did make one. I'm sorry. I thought you did. Okay.
I did not. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that's so true. Okay. No, I did not. I do believe that it may be considered for a different value, but I don't believe the appellant gave enough information on her appeal to prove that this is a buildable lot. And the only statement she was saying that this was to another property. I am reluctant to do a lower amount than what she's appealed for because I just don't believe there's enough evidence that she presented in this case to approve any kind of partial or full. So I am motioning to deny her claim of the appraised value of $130,000.
This is Harold. Is there a second?
This is Kathleen. I'll second.
This is Harold. All those in favor, raise their hand. All those opposed?
This is Paulette. I'm going to vote with everybody else and say that I'm voting to deny it, sadly, because it is truly what I consider a miscarriage of justice that anybody would value this dilapidated building on that land for that much money. But I do believe that she didn't prove her case, so I'll go along with the board. But this is a disgrace.
Understood. The motion is carried unanimously.
Harold?
Yes?
Yeah, this is Kathleen. And we've stated this, I believe, to most of the appellants that come in, that, just because we deny them, it doesn't mean that they don't have a case, or, that they can't come back next year. Because on the other hand, if we did give them a small reduction, then they cannot come back next year. So it's perhaps sometimes in their best interest to make a good, strong case for the dollar amount that they want, so that we don't try to guess at something and then unfairly, put them in a position where they can't come back again. So, she's absolutely welcome to come back next year and perhaps, have more information from zoning or more sales data to support her 230 value. So I think, that's something I, want to read in the record for anyone who, wants to, at least they can come back. So I feel that for 1 year. Mhm. Or go to court. That's the other choice too. They certainly can go to court, right?
This is Harold. Thank you very much for that clarification, Kathleen. Yes, you're right. If we approve or even approve in part, they would have to wait for 5 years for the next reevaluation period. All right.
Or go to court. I mean, they always have court as an option as well.
And information on how to proceed with that will be included in the decision letter that will be sent out. Ronnie, are you on a roll?
I'm scared about now.
You're doing very well.
I'm happy to do one to give him a little break if he needs to, take a deep breath. So.
Let's try one more.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes. So this is going to be appeal number 270. For Joe Annette Nielsen. So on this property, the appellant had her real estate agent along with her, or a real estate agent along with her, who also did an appraisal, and has an appraisal on file. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Roni, did you state the street address, or did you just state the appeal number?
Oh my gosh.
That's
no,
okay.
My apologies. Thank you. So appeal number 270, the property address is 1019 Reef Road. The owner is Joe Annette M. Nielsen. The town value is at $529,900. The requested value is of $300,000.
Thank you.
And so this property it's not compared to all of the other properties in town, and it's hard for her to find exact comparable sales because it is a tear down property. It's a 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and by the transfer station. The most comparable sale that she was able to come up with was a property on 836 Reef Road. But that was also in a different neighborhood. I did not believe that had a true comparable value. But however, on the appraisal, it did show comparable sales that were more in line with what she's requesting. And the realtor did bring these properties up, one of which was 132 Pequot with a sale price of $287,000. The other comparable, 492 High of 275, another comparable 85 Cummings Ave was $360,000. So I do believe that on the field card, I don't believe she made a strong enough case for this, but she did say that there's partial wetlands, and I don't see anywhere on the field card adjusting for wetlands. But I don't know how much of the property is wetlands. But it is considered, it could be considered a tear down. The realtor has a strong appraisal on file, which shows that the assessment, and find that really quick. Right. Opinion of the assessment is $300,000. Any questions or discussion of the board on this property?
This is Paulette. I have a question. What was that second comp that you used after Pequot? I didn't get the street.
Oh, my apologies. So the second comparable would be 492 High Street.
High Street as an H-I-G-H?
H-I-G-H, correct.
Okay.
This is Kathleen. I have a question for Paulette. In terms, as a real estate broker, you know, the comps don't appear to be in the beach area. High Street, I know where that is. That's near me. I'm not sure I even know where Cummings Avenue is or 132 Pequot Avenue. So I see the Veris Street and a Pratt Street. So I know that that is in the beach area. Those two are comps number 4 and 5.
This is Paulette. Yes, you're right. Pequot is in Southport. That land should actually be more valuable than Reef Road. High Street is nowhere near it. That I don't even want to see that. That's not even in the mix. Cummings, though, is right around the corner. If you go down Reef Road, there's Howard, Cummings, Veris. Those are all right there. So Cummings is in the neighborhood. And so I would look at that comp. I don't know what size that is. I don't know that she mentioned it. The size of this house is 744 square feet. So it's really small. And I would say you could consider it a tear down, but I would question why a homeowner would, if this is the correct picture on the field card, why someone would pay the money to raise that in the air like it is, and then say that it's a tear down. You know how much it costs to raise a house? That $100 and some thousand. Unless they did it because there's wetlands and they can't really make it bigger on the ground. And so they just said, well, I can raise it and I can do what I want with it. And again, the property's really small. It's it's basically 0.012, I think. And if that's the case, then, and there's wetlands, there isn't going to be much usable property there. There just won't be enough property to do something with. So at 744 square feet on a piece of property that's questionable for use, I'm sorry, it's 0.12 actually what it is. Then I don't know. I think that the town's price is too high. But what did she say the price was on Cummings? 360,000?
360,000.
And how does it say how big that house is?
So I do show it's 348 square foot. So let me, is that right? 6,534 square feet. I'd like to verify that really quick though.
This is Kathleen. I think that's the lot size, right? The 6,500 square foot lot. Yeah. The house size, sometimes these 1,075 square feet, right? Gross living area.
1,075 square feet. So I would say that right there, if that was 360 and it's at least 300 square feet bigger than hers, and she's asking for 300, maybe somewhere in the middle, maybe a partial. I would tend to give her 300 value, but you know, I don't know, it's because there's so little you can comp it to because of the size of it, and that the use of the property is a big factor. And I don't know if that's been adjusted anywhere, that she had any other property adjustments because of the wetlands.
This is Harold. that portion of Reef Road did flood during Sandy, and I think that raising may have been a requirement for FEMA compliance, and perhaps the property is FEMA compliant now. It is a popular part of the beach area. Ross, do you have a comment? I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Got it.
Thank you.
This is Ross. There are houses like this where people would take the FEMA loan and raise their house. And if they took the loan, I don't believe they were allowed to make improvements to the house. So they couldn't turn it into a colonial, or they simply couldn't afford to do that. So there are houses where they were lifted because they were able to get FEMA money, and then they could stay in their house.
Thank you.
And
Oh,
and for
I
some background too, she inherited this property too, just in case that matters.
have another question. This is Paulette. You mentioned that they're not in the same neighborhood, hers and, what was the other one? 836 Reef Road or 856 Reef Road? How would
For
those
the
not be,
comparable,
yeah, on the comps, how would that not be the same neighborhood? They're on the same street, not that far from each other. I don't understand. Can somebody answer that? Maybe Ross?
yeah. Hold on. So it's
Who said it wasn't?
836. I did. There's 836 Reef Road. And I'm wondering if she included. I have it in my notes. So 836 Reef Road. Hold on. There it is. So what she was saying was 836 Reef Road is this property on the right. She was saying that it's a lot larger, a lot just more put together. Down the street was selling at a sales price on January 7, 2020 for $705,000. But again, that's 2,700 square feet, 0.15 an acre. And so she was kind of going off of that by saying if it was appraised, it would be appraised at $425,000, and that house is a lot more extravagant than hers.
It is.
This is Harold. What was the year that it was sold?
2020, so January 7th.
So it is, this is Harold. So it is a current sale.
Yes. Thank you, Paulette, for bringing that up.
Oh, you're welcome. Let's see, where is it here?
Kathleen, I'm looking at that. I mean, that's not a comp. It's all brand new
Right.
construction, other than perhaps the land value, you know. But even I think that's is it a larger lot at 6,500 square feet? So, yeah.
Yeah,
we
she
don't-
was trying to make the distinguishing factor that a house down the road sold for this, but her house is nothing like this. But that would have been appraised for closer to what she was requesting. But then again, it's you're right. It's not exactly a comparable.
Right. Okay.
I shouldn't even say exactly. It's not a comparable because the house is very different.
Yeah. This is Kathleen. So Ross, is there any wetlands on that property that's been accounted for at all? Or can you see that it's wet, but we don't have a correction for the wet?
I would suspect that all the houses in that neighborhood or on that side of the street have wetlands because they back up to the marsh. I'm going to take a look and see if we have anything. The notes, there is 10% off the land. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong house. My apologies. My back button doesn't work like it should.
Mhm.
This is Harold. Paulette, are you still connected?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Just checking.
Yep, I'm here.
Yes.
No, this is Ross. There's nothing, there's no reduction on the card or on the land. But I suspect that's because it's similar, the whole neighborhood is similar.
And this is Kathleen, and is it considered a FEMA compliant property? I guess where we see it on the field card, I don't think it's on the main vision card, is it?
Yep, construction details, it's considered compliant.
And
So,
another, oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, that's fine. I see it.
Do you guys, are you bringing up Fairfield GIS?
Yeah.
I think that's a
I am.
helpful tool to use, and because you can see an aerial image of these properties and get a sense of, where the marsh is in relation to the house, and, what the neighbors look like, what the lot shapes look like.
So this is Kathleen.
Okay.
I'm happy to add that link to the spreadsheet. So next time I'm using the spreadsheet anyway, when we deliberate, there'll be a link to take you to the GIS. Because I believe when you're in Vision and you search on the map, it doesn't take you to the town GIS. Am I right? Or does it? I think it takes you.
Yeah, I don't know
elsewhere.
about that, but if you go to the fairfieldct.org, under popular links, the fifth one down is GIS mapping, and you can get to the GIS viewer there.
Right. This is Kathleen. So this is totally aside, Ross, but on the Vision site, there's 4 buttons on the upper right: sales, print, field card, and map it. And why
Yep.
map it isn't linked to our GIS, it links to Google Maps or something. So it would be helpful, I would think, for residents and anybody that map it might include the town GIS in there as a potential place to link to. It shows Yahoo
see it.
Maps, Bing, and Google Maps, but
Yeah, I can check with Vision and see if that's possible.
okay.
And if I can bring one more thing up with this appellant, one comparable sale I don't believe I actually mentioned that she wanted to was 214 Alden Street. 214 Alden Street closed on September 18th, 2020. So it is a recent sale, and the close price was $450,000. Again, that is something that is larger, it's more intact, and so her requested the assessment value of that property at 214 Alden is $275. For her requesting $300,000, I didn't see it to be too far off.
This is Russ. Ronique, that was the 214 Alden Street?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's on the page 18 of the scan, right? Yeah.
Yeah, page 18.
This is Harold. We're still open for comments and discussion.
I didn't bring some light ones to the table.
Is there a motion on the table? Ronique, do you want to make a motion? You prefer one of the rest of us make it? You're up to you.
No, I'll make it. I motion to approve her requested value of $300,000 requested value.
This is Kathleen. I'll second it.
This is Harold. All those in favor, raise your hand.
This is
And
Paulette. I'm raised.
Paulette?
Yep, I agree.
The vote is unanimous, 5 in favor of approval of the requested amount.
Thank you. Sorry that took so long.
Hey, this is Harold. The good news is it's working. Kathleen, you're silenced.
I just said we're making, this is Kathleen, I just said we're making decisions and that's progress. Every decision we make is progress, so.
Yes. Ronique, you want to take a break? You can come back later to present some more. Kathleen, you want to have a go at it? Do a few, and then we can pass it on to the next person.
Sure, this is actually one that Paulette and I heard this morning. I think it's pretty straightforward. Paulette and I, Paulette obviously can help me present this one. I was going to present appeal number 573. The property address is 580 Sasko Hill Road. The owner is 580 Sasko LLC. The appellant, the person appealing was the owner's attorney, Daniel Fitzgerald. So I'm just, give me a second. I'm going to call it up on my computer here. Don't have all the paperwork. Let's see.
This is Paulette. Kathleen, can I make one correction?
Sure.
That the person who presented it was Bill Fitzpatrick. Wasn't it? The attorney?
This is Kathleen. No, I'm sorry. Daniel Fitzgerald. It was a different gentleman. Yeah, I know. I thought it was Bill Fitzpatrick when I read the name, but I know, yeah, it was a different, it was Daniel Fitzgerald.
Okay.
And I think that's whose name is on the, are my documents coming up here? Let's see, where's my window? Yes, the petition form says Daniel Fitzgerald. And although I don't know if I had his, oh, I guess because the paperwork went in this morning, we don't have all the paperwork online yet. So, Paulette, but I think I took good enough notes here to remember.
Okay.
So
Yep.
this is a sale. I'm sorry, the town has the property at $3,640,600. The appellant is requesting a reduction to $3 million even. The owner, they purchased the property for $3 million. It went to contract on August 15th, 2020, and it closed on February 8th, 2021. I don't even know if it's quite in vision yet. He did provide a copy of the deed in the presentation. He said it was an arm's length transaction. He provided or went through the history. And Paulette, I believe you actually confirmed this while he was in the room, that it was originally listed in September of 2019 for $3,499,000. It was reduced once in May to $3,495,000. And then in July of 2020, it was reduced to $3.2 million. And then, as I said, they went to contract on August 15th, 2020 for the price of $3 million. The property was on the market during the revaluation period starting in September of 2019. They said it was an arm's length transaction. It appeared to me, Paulette, and you can confirm or not, that it was a fairly straightforward request, and it closed, like I said, pretty close to our October 1 date.
This is Paulette. Yes, I agree with everything you're saying. That is exactly the way I understood it when he presented it. And I was able to confirm that it was on the market that long. And so I think it's pretty straightforward as well. I had no issue with what he was saying. Everything seemed to be appropriate.
Okay, so this is Kathleen. I will make a motion to, what are we saying? To grant the appeal in full?
I think Ross has a question.
Before we
I'm
do
sorry.
that, Ross had a comment.
Sure.
Just a quick correction, the date we have on the sale is February 10th of 21.
This is Paulette. Yes, that's correct. That's when it actually closed. It was, however,
Yep.
under deposit during the evaluation period at $3 million.
I just thought I heard someone say it closed near the revaluation date.
I'm sorry, no, it closed, he told me it closed on February 8th, 2021, but it probably may have not been recorded until
Right.
February 10th, 2021. Right.
Oh, this is Paulette. I'll second that motion.
All those Any further discussion? This is Harold. Any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor? Raise your hand. The vote is approved, 5-0. And the motion was, can someone repeat what the motion was for the record?
To grant the appeal and reduce in full, or just grant the appeal and reduced the appraised value to 3 million even to the sales price.
Thank you.
This is Kathleen. I apologize, Ross. I probably should have asked you. Is there an easy way to get to that number in the computer without causing problems going down the road? So,
Yeah, I don't, this is Ross. I don't know offhand.
okay. So this is Kathleen. So I would just say, if at some point you feel it's necessary to come back to us and say, you know, for data reasons or whatever, somewhere around that number, you know, very close to that. If it's, you know, we could
No,
always modify.
No, I'll get to the number.
Okay, great.
Much faster than mine, Kathleen. Thank you.
Ronique, that's why, this is Kathleen, that's why I said pick the easy ones today so that you so that, yeah, you get into a rhythm, but you dove right in, which is great. That's totally fine. So some are easy and others not so much.
This is Harold. Kathleen, do you wish to continue?
This is Kathleen. Paulette, did you want to do one of the other ones from this morning? Would you like me to do another one?
Let me see. Yeah, you know what? I'll have you do it, but I'm
Okay.
here. Yeah, do another
Okay,
one.
sure. Okay, let me, this is Kathleen. Now I know why it's so valuable to be able to deliberate so quickly, because you actually, it's very clear in my mind what I saw and what I heard. And okay, let's see. So where's this one? I just want to find my notes. I haven't had a chance to recopy them yet.
Yes, this is Harold. I think doing the deliberations concurrent with, while the hearings are going on is helpful for that reason, so that information is still fresh in our minds.
Wondering if I switched my pads of paper this morning or something. So where's the, got some blanks.
Given
Okay.
given the large number of appeals that we have, I'm sure we'll have difficulty remembering things further down the road.
For sure.
Kathleen, would you like me to present?
Sure, and I'm almost ready, but Peter, that would be
Oh,
great.
okay, then go
No,
ahead.
no, that, go right ahead. That's great.
Okay. All right, everyone, this is appeal number 623, which is 1614 Fairfield Beach Road. Gregory Sargent is the owner. And he's stating that the picture that is presented on the vision card is of the wrong lot. This is a unimproved lot. That's just a parking lot. And in the materials, and I don't have the capability of putting it up on the screen here, you guys. Sorry.
That's right. I'm sorry, Peter, can you repeat the appeal number one more time and then read it into the record?
Sure. It was appeal number 623, and the property is 1614 Fairfield Beach Road.
And this is Kathleen. Peter, if you can just read what the that market value was and what his requested reduction is.
Sure. So he's asking the total town evaluation for, so there's this just this lot, and then there is a dock that's also appraised. He's not contesting the dock's appraisal, but so the town assessed the just the parcel at 67,100, and he's asking it to be reduced to 39,226, which would be a total value of 44,926. That's including the dock. So I don't know, Ross, is there a way to, determine if that's in fact the wrong?
Peter, could you repeat that, please? It's Ross.
Yeah, so Mr. Sargent, Gregory Sargent, is saying that the picture, he believes that the information they have the wrong lot. The picture on the vision card is of the wrong lot, lot, right? It's on the creek side.
Okay.
And he's put in the file a picture of the actual lot. So to me, it appears not to be the same.
I can ask that the picture be retaken.
Okay. So so his concern was that they were appraising the wrong one. And he
would.
Mhm.
This is Kathleen. Ross, so can you speak to how the photographs do or don't affect how you value the properties?
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty much done independent. They have municipal valuation has, people that are out doing pictures. They're not the people that do the valuation. So it's not we're not dependent on the picture to do the valuation.
Okay. Well, he took, I'll just tell you, he took, so this is an unimproved lot. All right. So again, we're separating out the dock that's part of the appraised value. He said he's not contesting that. He took various lots on that creek side, on either side, and said that out of there were 3 unimproved lots that had an average square foot of $27.24, right? 8 that had a garage or some type of outbuilding, but not a habitable outbuilding, that had the value of 27. This was, these were his calculations. And then there were 5 actual habitable structures, that lots that had some kind of habitable structure, that, had a value of the 5 had a value of an average of 55.37. But if you took that, there was one outlier in there that was at like 13800, so it was well above everything else. And if you took that one out, you would come down to 30, just over $30 a square foot. So I forget exactly what he said his number was. This is a 22-foot wide parcel, and he was asking he was asking that it be use the square footage of the uninhabitable, or unimproved, lots, which is the 2724 times his, 1440 square feet. And that would come out to that, to 39,226.
This is Kathleen. Peter, can I ask, I'm sorry, can I ask a question?
Mhm.
Did he provide any sales data for these lots on the creek side to say what they're typically going for with or without a dock? Or was this just a,
He just provided a spreadsheet with, and I think that's in the packet here too, with those numbers that I just gave to you.
right, this is Kathleen. So it appears to me that he's comparing himself to other properties, but not to the market.
This is Paulette. I looked a ton of these up yesterday for a person who called me complaining about how high his assessment went up. And it was a similar thing with a lot like that. And I drove by all of them and actually I didn't write down what they were appraised at, but I don't remember. I'm looking now because I don't remember that there were comps, that were closed, that sold. Most of the sales on Fairfield Beach Road were on the water side. I'm looking now to see if there were any. I had to go into all the field cards to find it. So to find the values, I'm just looking to see if there's any, and then we could say, well, if he couldn't prove it, because then if that's one thing, if he didn't, that's another thing.
Right. So this is Kathleen. I think Ross can answer to that, but we had this, I don't remember if we had this discussion, but typically what happens in the beach area is that the house and the Creekside garage sell as one transaction. So the sale only shows up under the house and it includes the Creekside, but that in Vision, because they're separate lots, the town separates out the house from the Creekside property. Ross, can you speak to how that's done?
Right, there's some lots down there where the Creekside and the beach side are combined, and there's some that are not. So when they are not combined, we assess them separately. But you're correct, they sell as a whole. So we need, since we carry them as two parcels, we have to break them out. But we tried to make that consistent. So if you combine the Creekside and the beach side, it should be comparable to a beachside, Creekside that is considered one parcel.
Well, this is Paul, sorry. I don't, you gave the size of the lot in square footage. Can you tell me what it is in acres?
It's in acres, it comes out to 0.033.
Okay. Because I'm looking at, when I did this yesterday, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 of them that weren't on the market, they weren't for sale, because they probably were part of the other piece of property, but they had separate field cards with values on them, like his. So some of them were 32,900, 33,500, 31,900, 32,200, 36,000. So I think you can't prove it by the sale, but if you compare them to the other lots, they're similar size. The value of, was it 72 or something? That seems high.
Remember, he has a dock on there.
The dock is separate though.
So
Right, but
60,
the 72
67
includes the
would be
dock.
67 without the dock.
Right.
67 without the dock. Okay. So still, he's
Yes.
twice as much as most of these. And that property, I think the picture he gave you probably has an empty lot with like a stone wall on the right side. Is that right?
Yep,
Yep, that's the one.
that's our
And
picture.
No, that's Vision's picture, the town's picture.
Yeah,
His
and that's
doesn't have that. His is, I think he said on the right side of the lot is the pump station. There's a pump station down there.
There might be, I don't know. I didn't notice it.
His picture's on page 2 of the backup docs. Price per square foot.
Can't see your microphone.
I'm sorry. I don't know if people are following along with the backup, I can share it if you're not.
Yeah, I apologize that I'm not able to do that.
No, that's okay. Let me see if I share the right, I don't know what you're gonna see, but let's see if I share the right thing. Let's see. Oh, no. Can I share? There we go. Can you see what I see or no? That's not working.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Harold,
showed
I
that.
see it. I see a driveway with two boats parked.
Right, I believe he said that this, on the right-hand side, we're looking at the right-hand side. I believe he said that was the pump station, but one of the sides, there was a pump station. But that's, that's a different picture clearly than the one that's on Vision's card.
This is Kathleen. Did he appeal his property along with it, the home? Is it associated with the home? I assume it is unless he's just using it independently.
Yeah, his father was the owner of the home. He's the owner of this. His father appealed for the home, separate owner.
And this is Kathleen Ross. Can you confirm there were no Creekside individual sales in the beach area?
I just got a listing of all the land sales in the area, but I haven't had a chance to, scan them and make them available.
I mean, so I guess my concern is, I mean, his value is almost double of, what the other unimproved lots are. But on the other hand, I mean, I just, is there a way that we can at least confirm, maybe, not just hold this, until we have that information, but just confirm that we actually have the correct, the correct piece of, land being appraised. So
I
that,
can do that.
all right, because I mean, that was really his biggest, for sure, that was his biggest concern. So if we could go back to him and say, nope, that's, this was actually the one that was appraised, and then we can, talk about the merits of whether or not we should, bring it down for him. So
This is Harold, Peter. I do believe that you can request that the appraiser's office re-inspect the property in question. And so you can choose to, I guess the term, Kathleen, is to withdraw? Or,
This is Kathleen. I don't think there's a motion on the table, right? I think we were just discussing it, so. However, Prue, how do you usually put those in the minutes when we start to discuss it? Is it just a no action? Or maybe we make a request to the assessor and then we're waiting for more information. I'm just trying to figure out, when we start these ones, if there's no motion on the table or we know we need more information to make a decision, we probably should be consistent in how it's recorded in the minutes. Like, that's my biggest concern. So, we do start the discussion. So if somebody wants to know when we talked about it, they can certainly find it in the minutes, but we didn't vote. So.
I think that Prue is silenced. Her microphone is off.
I think she's just far away from it or too low on the volume. You can vaguely hear her.
I show her microphone being off. This is Harold speaking.
Is this better now?
Now
Yes.
we hear you, yes.
Okay, sorry, I have my computer and the phone because I'm doing both conference calls. So I'm not sure which one I'm unmuting, so I'll just have to unmute both. Oh, so did you ask me what I said, sorry, was that I will put no action taken?
Right. I think that's appropriate. And
Yes,
then we'll come back to it because we'll eventually have to make a decision. So that will put it, that will put it in the, it won't be considered a decision, in terms of us getting it off the table. It'll be there waiting for another answer. I think that's fine. And we don't want to postpone to a date certain because we don't know when we might have, enough information to make that decision. So I think that's the right thing to do, is to just take no action. And this is Ross, I just wanted to ask if you could also, check and see whether there were any individual sales on the Creek side. I know that Paulette was concerned that if he didn't have any sales to use for comparisons on the Creek side, that might have been one of the reasons why he compared himself to his neighbors, because there was no sales data. But I don't know if we know that or not.
This is Ross. I've got a listing of, or I have printouts of all the cards that I'll make available of all the sales in the two neighborhoods.
this is Harold. Thank you.
This is Paul. I have a question. Again, what's with two neighborhoods? I don't understand that. We're on the same street. I don't get it with the two neighborhoods. Could somebody explain that?
The explanation is, this is Ross, is that I have sales from the two neighborhoods, and I'm just saying that that's what I have. So
No,
that's what I'm going to make available. I'm
No, I
not saying that
But we're talking about properties on the Creek side on Fairfield Beach Road, correct? So
yeah,
how
so
could that,
do you not want the sales
No,
from
I do.
other areas?
well, I don't know that I need them for other streets, because if Fairfield Beach Road is kind of its own animal. So if it's not on Fairfield Beach Road, how would we adjust for the fact that although it's not the ocean or the sound, it does have water behind it. So I don't
I'm
know.
not saying that you're going to use these for Fairfield Beach. I'm saying that I have them to make available where appropriate.
whatever you'd like to, whatever you have, we'll look at. I'd be happy to look at. But I guess my question
Right.
is, you said two neighborhoods. What two neighborhoods are we? We're in the beach area and we're on a certain street. So are there two neighborhoods on that street that I'm not understanding?
No.
Okay, so
This is Kathleen. I think sometimes when we talk, this discussion's come up before. I think sometimes when we talk about neighborhood in general in Fairfield, it's a particular neighborhood that people consider that. And then there's also the neighborhood code, which the revaluation company and Vision uses to group like similar properties with land and then adjusting them within the neighborhoods. So I think perhaps Ross was referring to sales in, maybe the Sherman area and the beach, neighborhood code 66 is Fairfield Beach Road, I believe. 65 is the Sherman area. So maybe we just need to be a little bit more clear when we mean the neighborhood code as opposed to the physical, what people would consider the Sherman neighborhood. People might say that's really right around the school, when in fact, in Vision, the Sherman code 65 is or it's not, what is it? Sherman, I don't have my neighborhood table in front of me. Anyway, that
It's
we
Sherman.
just make sure we're clear about what we're talking about when we reference those things. So I was just going to ask also, are there docks on the other side of the creek as well, the South Pine Creek side? I guess those wouldn't be separate parcels, right? It would just be all part of the house.
I believe there are docks. I don't want to say for sure. Oh, yes, there are. I'm looking at the aerial now. There's definitely
Yeah.
plenty
I'm
of
sorry, I
docks
didn't-
on the
Yeah, I didn't
Old
mean,
Dam.
yeah. I didn't mean docks. I meant, parcels that are separate, waterfront, typical to this, but on the other side of the creek where you have a house on one side, the road on the other. If there would be sales in there where that was actually the case, it was two separate properties. But I think
No, I
over
don't
there,
think
it's
they're
all the same.
similar.
Okay, is there any further discussion? I think that we decided not to motion this appeal. So if you'd like to proceed with another one, Peter, or you want to take a break and I'll
No, I'll give another one. This this one, also seems to stem from some confusion. This is appeal number 644, which is 1681 Fairfield Beach Road. The owner, Paul Barnes, presented. The current value is $1,747,800, and the requested value is $1,696,000. So here's what the confusion, the appellant had confusion about. He said that on December 7th of 2020, and I don't see this in the record, so I don't know this for a fact, but he's just said that on December 7th, 2020, he received a final, what it said, a final, I don't know, his final statement on it, final value of $1,187,200 from the town. And that does that make sense here? When is that even? Anyway, and then on January, and then on January 29th, he received a second notice, final notice of it being at 1,223,460. All right, which is what it is currently, right? The assessed value. And so he was like, why was there a difference? Why did I get two letters? He was unsure, uncertain. But I will say he did not provide any comps. He had nothing. He was just about confusion about why he had two letters, letters with different information.
This is Harold. I just want to say that I observed on the Vision property card for this property at 1681 Fairfield Beach Road. Is that the one we're talking about, Peter? 1681 Fairfield Beach Road?
That's correct.
Okay. I see that there may have been a prior assessment of $1,187,200, and that was subsequently increased. The assessed value was increased to $1,223,406.
Right.
Which is what the town is appraising it at currently. So there appears that there was an increase in assessment. I would ask Ross if you could comment on that.
Yeah, it looks like there was a correction to the area of the land. We had the acreage incorrect. And bear with me. We have I believe it's an as-built map. Yeah, we have the as-built map that was filed, when the house was built, I believe. Let me just check the date. Yep, back in 1995. And we, along with engineering, we re-verified the dimensions of the parcel and corrected the acreage.
Okay. All right. Well, so I guess he just, I had, just told him, he probably should be calling the assessor's office to find out why there were two. All right. I did not see it. Thank you, Harold, for pointing that out. But he, like I said, he didn't have any comps to, prove why his value should be going down. So
Yeah,
I'm just gonna. Oops, I'm sorry.
we tried to get notes on the revised letters. I'm just checking to see what we had on his. Just take me a sec to pull it up.
I mean, he did say that, he said the map section
No.
of the field card shows that it's wider than his property. Or than,
I'm
oh no,
sorry,
he
what
said
was that?
wider than the MLS data.
I couldn't understand you, Peter.
Yeah, he stated, the appellant stated that, the map section of the field card shows a wider than the MLS data. I guess he was, looking at, that.
I
He says that
can't
it's-
speak to MLS data, but I have a survey map.
Right. He says it's a 40-foot, 40-foot rectangle. I don't know if that's,
Did he say what the square footage of the lots should be?
he just said it was a perfect rectangle by, 40 by whatever the other direction is. So,
Okay. I don't disagree. It's 40 feet. Looks like his survey map says it's 41 on the creek side. I can include the survey map if you'd like it.
This is Harold. This home is on the beach side, is that correct?
This is a parcel that has a beach side and a creek side on one parcel.
Thank you. This is Harold. That's what's indicated by the residential access land. Residence access on the card.
Are you referring to the landline, Harold?
No, I'm referring to the card where you have residential land and underneath that is the excess. Am I correct in assuming that that's what's on the other side of the road? That's part of this property?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
This is Kathleen. So Peter, if I'm understanding, he's not appealing the value that we assigned him. He's appealing how we, that he thinks that the square footage calculation is incorrect, or am I lose my train of
well,
thought?
yeah, I mean, I guess he requested in the application.
The dollars, right. Why there was a change. That's right. Okay. Right.
I'm sorry, I just need to take a phone call, everybody. I apologize. If you just give me a moment,
Sure, no worries.
sorry.
This is Harold. Just to further understand the reading of the card, when we look down at the landline valuation section on the first page, and it's item number or use code 1021 res condo MDL.
That
And
looks
so-
like a typo on the, yeah, that should not be coded as a condo.
Okay, unless there's a livable space on the other side.
That doesn't, that code, I don't believe, has any effect on value, but we will fix that.
Okay.
So Ross, this is Kathleen. So where is the creek side, or it's all included in the 97
No, the 9799 is the beach side, and
Okay,
the 2,574 is the creek side.
this is Kathleen. Okay, so the use code is just, it's coded incorrectly, but the
Yeah.
square footage land units you believe is correct.
Correct.
Okay, so this is Kathleen. I guess as long as we can fix that code, find out whether it changes the value of the property or not. What's the correct code for a piece of land on the creek, on the opposite side? Is it still a 1020, 1012 use code, or what's the use
I'm
code?
gonna check, I'm just gonna check and make sure I grab a similar property. I want to make sure I get the correct code and make sure it's consistent.
Excuse me, everyone, that's just me looking for anomalies.
This is Kathleen Harold. I agree. I saw that and I thought maybe I was gonna go look at another, joint property to see if they were all what CONDO might mean something different, so. All right, let's see. Do we want to move on to another one while Ross checks on that? I mean, this is Peter's appeal, but I think it's just, this is a question of coding and square footage. He didn't appeal the value. So I think, maybe Peter, I don't even know if we need a motion to fix, Ross, do we need to vote to fix it if the codes are, if it's coded or the square footage is incorrect?
If it doesn't affect value, no.
This is Paulette. If the square footage is incorrect, though, won't that affect value?
Yes.
So I guess we would then we would have to vote on it, or?
If you believe there's something wrong with the square footage, yes, but the question at hand is whether the code is correct.
This is Harold, that's my understanding. I think that from the survey map that the town did, we can rely on that for the square footage. My question had to pertain to the coding of the smaller parcel of the land, which has a 0.10% condition factor on it already. So I don't think that there's an anomaly there.
This is Ross. I've added the survey map to the backup documents online. It's not as definitive as you would hope. I had engineering review this map for me. Or with me.
And this is Paula, and just so I'm clear on it, this is a survey that was done by the town?
Would have been done, it's an as-built survey. This is Ross. It's an as-built survey, so it's what is filed after the home is built.
Oh, okay,
It's recorded with the planning and zoning department.
okay.
Or the engineering department, I forget. I believe it's engineering. One or the other.
Okay.
Well, this is Harold. I think in any event, we have to wait for Peter to have a quorum for voting. Shall we put this aside?
I am here, back, but yeah, I am back here, Harold.
Okay. Were you privy to the conversations that we had?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, so my understanding was, are we going to, there's a question is, are we going to change the code? And if, that can be done without, here's what I was going to make the motion to deny this appeal since he did not provide any comps, but if there is some kind of, error in the coding of it that, might bring his value down, then, we should look at that. So I know that.
This is Ross. I can I can verify that the coding doesn't, and I'm sure it doesn't, but I want to do that just to be 100% certain,
Okay,
and I can report back.
okay. So why don't we just table it for the time being? I hate to say that. Hey, everybody, I'm really sorry. I really do need to take like a 10-minute recess because I have a phone call I have to get on. So, I apologize. I'll be back as soon as I can be back, all right, with, less than 10 minutes.
This is Kathleen. Does everyone want to take a 10-minute break? We've been on for 2 hours.
Sure.
All right.
Yes.
All right, thank
So
you.
Peter, 6:20, something like that, 10 minutes or so,
Yes,
6:25?
6:20. I will be back at 6:20.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
This is Harold. The time now is 6:11, and we are taking a break. We will reconvene at 6:20 PM on this day, March the 4th. Thank you.
Thank you.
For some trees, little kid. There you go. Oh, I don't know if you like those. Oh, you're gonna eat them. Okay, good. Alrighty. Alrighty. Alright, okay.
Peter, you're the only one. Okay, others are coming back. Everybody had a chance to get a nibble. Brain activity does use calories. Can't hear you. Ronnie, can't hear you.
I said I'll use any excuse to eat food, no
Now
matter
you're
the
on.
calorie.
Just want to verify that we do have Prue on. Prue?
This is Paulette, I'm back.
Okay, thank you, Paulette.
You're welcome.
I just want to
Sorry,
verify.
Prue's here, sorry.
No, that's okay. This is Harold. I just wanted to verify that you, if you had stopped the recording, that you started it again, or if that's something that Ross is controlling. Are we recording?
This is Ross. I can see that it looks like both the Conference Bridge and the WebEx are both recording.
Excellent. So we are still part of the same meeting, and the meeting has been called to order. So we're going to proceed with our next appeal. Oh, yes, Ross?
Yep, the code should be the same as the first line, and it does not affect value.
All right. So
1681 Fairfield Beach Road.
this is referring to the previous appeal that we were discussing. So, Peter, this appeal is back in your lap. I'm sorry.
Kathleen, did you want to add something?
Kathleen,
Yeah,
did
this is Kathleen. I think we can vote on it. I would just ask the assessor's office to have a conversation or send a letter to the property owner explaining the square footage, how the engineering measured the property, so that if there's a problem with the measurements and there's some discrepancy over that before we conclude our deliberations for the month, we can reconsider that. But I'm sorry, Russ got his hand up. Go ahead.
It's just the survey map is filed by the owner when the construction is complete. It's not the town's survey.
Okay, this is Kathleen. Okay, so I guess maybe he just didn't know that you changed his numbers because you used his survey to do that. So if that can be communicated to him, then he'll understand why his values went up. And then I think
Okay.
this isn't a decision for this is nothing that we need to vote on, that's based on his, that's just a separate communication between assessor's office and the resident. It's not going to change the value.
This is Paulette. I just want a clarification. The survey that's on file was the owner's. So did engineering actually look at it and remeasure it and say, no, it's wrong? Or is it just that he's saying the numbers are different than what he actually submitted?
When we were looking at how these beachside properties and making sure that somebody's not muted and there's feedback. So
I think maybe it's the office crew might have both speakers on. Is that the reason?
Yep, she got it. She's closing my door. That's good, Prue. So we were reviewing these properties because, we were receiving complaints about, some of them being inconsistent. So what we did with this is make sure that if it was a single parcel that we reflected the beach side and the creek side as separate landlines, and that the beach side and creek side were coded similar to their respective sides. So that if you compared the creek side landline to other creek side properties, they would be consistent. And that's why the survey map was found and used.
So,
I believe I asked engineering to calculate the areas for me, and the survey map was pulled by them.
okay, so they recalculated the numbers that were on the survey,
Right.
and we did that. I'm not sure why we did that, considering it was a survey, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, we're recalculating what an appraiser did. I'm not really sure I get why.
I didn't understand the question. You said an appraiser calculation?
Well, no, I guess maybe I probably didn't explain it correctly, so I apologize. But what I'm trying to get at is this was an as-built survey that was submitted by the homeowner, and now we're looking at it and saying, I'm asking, that's we are. So I'm asking, are we then taking that survey, pulling the survey, and saying, recalculate these numbers? We don't think they're right, and engineering comes up with a different number. I guess that's what I'm trying to clarify in my mind. Or is it because it didn't include the creek side and now we are including the creek side?
This property was listed as one landline that included both the creek side and, hold on. I just muted everyone, so next time you speak, you'll have to unmute. So again, this parcel had one landline for both the creek side and the beach side. So it was all one piece, and the acreage was listed as just one number. So in order to make it consistent, we had to split it to two landlines, a beachside landline and a creekside landline. So I asked engineering to help with those calculations. As part of that help, the GIS coordinator at the time went and pulled the survey map to aid in her calculations and help in determining the two sides. So that is why the map was pulled. That's why the map was reviewed. It was originally filed in 1995. I don't know the history of how we arrived at different numbers. That just goes back too far. You'll have to, if someone's trying to speak, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Okay, I did it myself. Okay, so I understand we separated it, basically is what we did. We changed the line so that it only reflects each section, each side of the street is now separate. Is that correct?
They're not separate parcels.
No.
But there's separate landlines on the parcel, because this particular piece is one parcel.
So now, when in doing that, did the square footage change?
Yes, that's why the value went up.
Okay, so, and it changed because that's what I'm trying to get at. Why did it change? Was engineering recalculated the numbers and they were incorrect?
Yes.
So engineering department, was somebody in there, somebody in the engineering department certified appraiser that has the right to go changing that, or do we just do it on our own?
No, they're engineers. They know how to do survey work. They weren't appraising the property. They were determining square footage.
Okay. If that were me, I wouldn't be too happy if I were the owner, but whatever. You ask me for a survey, I give it to you for an as-built in order to get my CO, and then you take it out and say, oh, somebody go do these numbers. How do we know they're right? We don't. Somewhere there's somebody's right, somebody's wrong. We don't know. Maybe they added wrong. I have a hard time believing that the person who did the as-built miscalculated the numbers. I don't think that happens too often, but I could be wrong.
I did not change the as-built numbers. We used the as-built to determine the current number.
So then if we use the as-built to determine the current number of square feet, then how did we come up with a different number, a higher number?
But I think the question would be, why was the number low prior?
No, I think my question is, how did it get bigger? So I guess we're saying that, unfortunately for the homeowner, the calculations that were originally done in the 90s, whatever year it was, were incorrect, and now we've corrected them. Is that what we're saying?
I don't know what caused the error, so I can't say what it was. I just know that when we looked at our number that we had been using for some time, for the acreage, it did not match the as-built.
Okay. So
So we corrected it and used what we believe are the correct numbers based on the as-built survey that was filed in engineering.
All right, well,
planning and zoning.
I guess I understand that. And I guess there's an error and it should be corrected and he should pay what he's supposed to pay. But I think it would have been the correct thing and the polite thing to do was to send him a letter and say that we've recalculated your information. Please call us. You don't just send somebody a letter that now everything's changed. What's with that? We don't do that. You just don't change somebody's things and not tell them.
Well, I
That's really
think,
unfortunate.
well,
and
I think that's what Kathleen has asked. I think that's what Kathleen's asked Ross to do, is to just clarify why there was a change,
But-
from the assessor's office.
Right, you can
So
clarify.
I would like to make a motion.
Yeah, hello, I'm still talking. All I'm saying is, when he clarifies it, is he going to send the homeowner a letter indicating how it got changed? Because the homeowner might want to redo his survey to prove that you're right, and that's his right. I think that's only fair. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that the process that we used may not be what I think is fair to the public. That's all, I'm done.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. I believe Ross said at the beginning of the discussion that he thought that had happened when the letters went out, when the change letters went out, that there was a note on the notice that went to the homeowner indicating that, but obviously either one, that didn't happen, or two, the homeowner didn't see the note without pulling up the notice. I don't know, maybe Ross pulled it up. But at any rate, I think the intention was to notify the homeowner. And if in fact that hasn't happened, then we are requesting that they do that. So that the property, so that there's an understanding of, what happened. And you're right, that he has the opportunity to get a second survey if he so chooses to, to question the survey that was done in 95 when the property was built. So,
Okay,
as anybody, I think, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
okay,
Okay.
we're good.
So this is Peter. I'm going to make a motion then to deny this appeal.
This is Harold. All those in favor for the denial of this appeal? What was the number of the appeal?
I'm sorry. Number 644.
Appeal number 644. All those in favor of denial, please raise your hand.
My hand is up.
The vote is 5-0 in favor of denial of this appeal. Thank you, Peter. Anyone want to take the next one? Kathleen, you raised your hand before me.
Although Ronique is smiling away. So since we have Paulette on the call here, so I think I can do two appeals from this morning. They're very similar arguments on two different properties. The first one is appeal number 600. It's 668 Sasco Hill Road. The owner is Kurt and Clea, maybe cut off there, the Soderlands. And attorney Chris Russo represented them in the appeal. The town has the property valued at $2,765,400, and they're requesting to go to $2,525,000. The wrong one, 600. So, again, Paulette heard this one with me. I thought I had the notes for 600, so let me. At any rate, Attorney Russo, provided, this property sold, for $2,525,000 on March 5th of 2020. And so Attorney Russo's argument was that, that it should be set to the sale price of the property, and not to what the town has it appraised at. He said that the change value between what the purchase price was and the town appraised value was 9.5%. He showed two other properties where the assessed value, 506 Sasko Hill and 702, two other similar sales where the town's appraised value was actually less than the sale value. And one was 11%, the other was 2.85%. And so that was his argument. He didn't provide any sales data. I believe we asked him to see whether, the market on Sasko Hill had changed significantly or whether there was anything else there to do that. He just felt that if everybody else was getting, a different appraised price than their sale price, that this property should be getting, an equal amount of. Actually, he said he calculated what it would really be if they got the average of what the other two properties got for less, but he said that they would be willing, they only are asking to go to what they paid for it on March 5th, 2020. I had asked him a few other questions about the background on it. He did say it was an arm's length transaction. He did not know how many days it was on the market. I think, Paulette, did you look that up? But
I did.
yeah, in short, he's looking to come down, and I don't have my calculator in front of me, but to come down that percentage that, what is it? 200,000? No.
This is just while Kathleen's cleaning that up, just for clarification. The house was on the market between 2016 and 2020 continuously, just one listing after the other. This time when they bought the listing where they purchased it, it was on the market for 154 days. Before that, it had been on the market for over 800 days, 900 days. I can't even count them all. There's so many days. But so it had its share of market time, and there were no other purchasers.
All right, so I think, I call up the right is this appeal number 600? Yeah. Okay, so I said grossly overvalued. The appellant purchased the property for fair market value only months before there. So it's not so the amount that he's asking for, the difference is not that is not that significant. I think the other one that we heard before, it was a $600,000 or $700,000 difference between the sale price and the other one. This percentage is much smaller. It was also it closed in March, which was slightly before the COVID period. So I'm not convinced that the value of the property isn't now approximately $2.7 million. Given that there's been a lot of activity in other sales in Sasko Hill. And this was probably, if it closed in March, was probably under contract. Boy, that's not the right date. Just want to make sure. Yeah, it closed. The sale date was actually 3/5. So it's probably a pre-COVID sale. So I'm thinking, one, he didn't show me any proof that the market hasn't changed at all there. So, and also, it was a pre-COVID contract. So I'm thinking about denying the appeal for probably those two reasons. It's not that big of a percentage difference. He didn't provide any sales data, and the sale was a pre-COVID sale, and we know that the market did do something between March and October. I don't know if Paulette, you want to add anything to that?
Well, I just wanted to add that we did the last one we did. It was based on the sale price. He's his own comp. And so is this one. Yes, it was pre-COVID or before COVID really got going. But it's in the evaluation period. So I don't know that if, I don't know what it will do to other appeals if we say things like, well, it's in the period, but it was before COVID really jacked the prices up, so we're gonna deny it. At the time he bought it, there were no other buyers. It had months, years of market time. So I don't know that it is worth the 2,755. Perhaps it will be the next, but at the time it was purchased, during the correct period, the only buyer was willing to pay that price. So to me, that's the market value. He didn't have to give us comps because he was his own comp. Just like the last one we did. We granted it because it was his own comp. So I would have to disagree and say, I understand what you're saying. It's a good point. But I think I would have to disagree and say that I would grant this appeal simply because it was purchased during the period that we're reviewing.
This is Harold. Is the appellant requesting their market price to be the price that they purchased the house at, or more or less?
Yeah, I'm looking at what's online here and what he handed me today. So he did give me a comparison for this property, and that backup is not online yet. I don't know, and I only have the hard copy here in front of me. So, wait, did I put the wrong property? Appeal 600? 668. Yeah, this is correct. This is correct.
Yep.
I'm sorry. That is correct. Yes.
And the difference between what he's requesting, this is Ronique speaking, the difference what he's requesting compared to our appraised value, I know someone was asking earlier, but the percentage is a little over 9%. So not terrible, 227,000, give or take the difference. I know that was a question raised before, I just wanted to answer it.
Yeah. Thank you, Rooney. Can you do the math for the 3 million and the 3,695? I know that in the past too, and this is a conversation we may want to have as a board, is at what point do we say and I'm not using this one as a particular example. I'm just going to say, at what point do we decide that an adjustment is, or the market value difference percentage wise or otherwise is too small to be, making a good judgment that it's definitely out of whack with, out of line with the market, that the person is aggrieved by what we have given them for a price. So if someone's coming in, I know we have some appeals are asking for like a 2% reduction. And, do we want to get into that every time someone wants to either get a reduction or go to exactly to their sale price? So I agree, maybe the last one, maybe that wasn't a good idea, don't know. Do we want to set that precedent or not? Do we want to talk about, what we think is a reasonable difference and market, and we do know this has been a busy market and things definitely changed, between March and December. There's no question, if we're looking at sales that are in January and February versus sales that are in October and November, we're definitely going to see, differences in the marketplace. So I'm not saying we should go one way or the other. I'm just thinking it's, something we need to be consistent about if we consider that.
This is Harold. I'll make a couple of comments in speaking with some of the professional appraisers that have come in to meet with me. And when they talk about some of the changing in values, they are using what they refer to as a, let me get the right term, time-adjusted value. They refer to time-adjusted value of 1% per month. So perhaps we can consider a time-adjusted value on new construction of increases or decreases depending on when the sale took place relative to October 1st, 2020, to make a 1% per month time-adjusted calculation. But I do believe that the market value of the homes should be quite close to what the purchaser paid for the home, as long as it is a qualified sale. Any comments?
This is Paul. I think if we start saying that, well, he paid that, but it's more now, we'll be doing that to every property. I mean, I think what somebody paid, if we're looking at market value, that's what I thought we were doing, and that was the market value. They didn't have any other bids, and with that, especially with a house that's been on the market since 2016.
This is Kathleen, and we're looking at market value October 1, 2020. We've been kind of reading that in our script to everybody when they come in. So, and I'm pretty sure that it's not just market value when they bought it, but it's really October 1, 2020 is what we're trying to get to. And so, you know, and this is going to be, we're going to hear a lot of this because COVID has definitely affected the market. So if somebody, you know, anyone else comes in with a December sale, you know, and that's when they bought their property, and in the, you know, in not just the beach area or the shore area, but kind of all around town, I think we just need, when what Harold said, you know, whether that sounds reasonable to me, or, you know, we could certainly ask, you know, how else might be another way that, you know, boards of assessment appeals typically look at that when they have a sale in the base period. But for us, our base period is just, it's night and day between October 2019 and October 2020. You know, that's been very clear in the demand and the over askings and everything that started happening in April, May, and right in the market and continuing on. So, you know, if Ronique has his calculator there, if he, you know, assuming that one under you know, I have been asking people as well, if they had a sale, I asked them, when did you come to contract? You know, when did you negotiate this? And when did you decide on a purchase price? Because sometimes it takes 4 months to close or whatever else to happen. So, you know, the contract date also, you know, can have some effect on, you know, when they're negotiating and what's going on in the market. So.
Yeah, and on the $2.7 million house, $240,000 difference between what he's requesting and the appraisal. Yeah, it's a little over 9.5%, or actually not 9.5%, a little over 9%. Not terribly different. I can go either way with this one.
If this is Harold, if we apply the figuring that the professional appraisers do, and if we look at the month from when it was purchased until October 1st, 2020, would that be 9%? I don't know what the purchase date was.
February of 2020 was when it was sold, right, Kathleen?
This is Kathleen. It sold on
It's
March 5th. He didn't know the date it went to contract.
I think let me see, is that the one I wrote the contract date on? Maybe not, maybe it's the other one.
If you're looking at
Well,
5 months, give or take.
This is Harold. That's 8 months. So, you know, we get pretty close to the kind of calculations that the appraisers are using their term of that I said earlier, whatever that was. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you said about 2% a month, Harold?
Time adjusted values, and they are using 1% per month.
1, okay. Yeah, so 8 to 9, not too different.
Now, I don't know if this is Harold, I don't know if that's an industry standard, but that's what appraisers have been showing me. Kathleen, I can't hear.
We also get into the place where, you know, if we do that for, I mean, just using this one as an example, you know, if we do that with this one, then how close are we, you know, are we giving them then a 2% adjustment, a 1% adjustment for the market value? And then we're really nickel and diming. And that's just a hard place to be going forward for the next 5 years. If we're going to say relatively close is okay, and that's reasonable. And there's plenty of people in town who are probably 7 to 8% over. There's many that are 7 and 8% under. And there's like, if they're 10% over under, that's, maybe more than 8 is uncomfortable for us. I think, and the assessors may be comfortable with being 10 one way or the other. I don't know. But as a board, I think, at some point, we need to sort of start to take that. And if we need to revisit the 3.6 million and see if it sort of fits our, contract date test or we certainly can reopen previous decisions if we find that we're not being consistent in our decision-making process. So we've done that before. We can certainly do that again if that's helpful and makes sense to everybody.
This is Harold. I agree.
I'm sorry, Harold.
I agree as well.
Oh, what I was going to say was, we have to be careful when we use things that appraisers use. For example, in my profession, I cannot do things that they can do when I'm doing a market analysis. They're trained to do it. They're educated to do it. There's a certain way. I know they said it was 1% a month, but I don't know that that's really ours to do. I don't know. I mean, it makes me a little bit nervous either way. Now, are we going to do the same thing for somebody who comes in and says that they want their property, that they paid too much, and are we going to, if we find it's too much, are we going to drop it down 1% a month? I don't think so. So I just think, and again, whatever the majority is, it is. But I'm just saying that from my perspective, the sale price is the sale price. I bought that if I was the buyer after 40 years of marketing a property, then that is what it's worth. The day that I bought it, which is within this period. If I bought it today, I don't know what would happen. Or if I bought it in December 2020, I don't know what would have happened. I just know that right now, that house sold in the right period for a price that was fair market value at the time. We would have to start looking at everybody's prices and everybody's sale and say, well, was that really fair market value? I mean, it's going to be a lot of people that we're going to have to look at. I don't know that it's a good idea, but whatever.
This is Harold. You're right, Paulette. I was just offering that as a guideline that we might want to consider. I'm not saying that that should be the rule for all of our decisions for recently sold properties, but I think that we can take each individual appeal for recently sold properties on their face value, based upon the information that's being provided by the appellant. In other words, we can make our decisions independent of that 1% per month, but I was just bringing that up as an example of what some people are using.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. I just, there is the base period. I mean, we are trying to get to October 1, 2020. So it's really not any value, it's really not any value in the base period before. Those are the sales that are considered when the assessor does the reassessing. It goes back a year and uses that sales data to develop its model. And likewise, we tell people when they come in, you can look at comparable sales about a year before the reval date of October 1 and a year after the reval date, especially when they come in a year from now, they're going to be looking at comparable sales from, October 1, 20 to 21. So those are sales that we kind of will consider. If they bring us a sale from 17 or 16, we kind of don't even take those into our deliberations because it's too far outside of our window. But I do think we're trying to get to October 2020. And because of COVID, we are going to take, if you're going to take COVID into consideration, COVID affected the market. And it was in the marketplace in October and it increased the demand and it increased prices. And so, I don't think we can just ignore it and say it didn't happen because it was reflected in the market. And we're really trying to get to market value October 2020. So that's sort of how we do that. I Harold's 1%, if that's makes sense, you know, and or somebody wants to try to see if that's true. I don't know how we can exactly do that, but that kind of makes sense to me in terms of a generic formula that we can try to use to adjust, or figure out that that's not a good formula and we use something different.
This is
Just the
Paulette.
best to me.
The only issue I have with saying that we're trying to get to October 1st of 2020, and I agree, COVID has drastically changed the market. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to hold up, but that's not the point now. How do we know if we say, okay, well, we're trying to get to now, and when he bought this, it was early COVID or whatever, and so it's not really the market value. The town gave it a market value of $2,755,000. How do we know that's the right value? All they're doing is driving by and looking at it, and maybe looking at some comps. They've never been in the house. They've never been on the property. Did they investigate if it was wetlands? How dated is the house? Is it, you know, the people who went in to see it when they were buying it had that opportunity to do that. The appraiser did not. So they're giving an arbitrary number, and that's what all of them are. But in this case, we don't know what he used in his head when he was doing this.
Right. And this is Kathleen. And so Paulette, that's exactly why I asked him. I said, so if you're going to support a 2.7 number to me, just show me some sales, or 2.5, show me some other sales in the area that supports your data. But he really didn't. He just the attorney looked at the comparable properties, like I said, of 2 other sales, and he compared what the town had them at percentage wise to what they sold at. And he said, you know, that's not fair. I should, you know, we should get our sales price, or the average of everybody's lower, you know, than what they're supposed to be, or what they sold for. One of the sales was August, the other was, you know, in September, and they were, you know, closer to their sale prices. And so he's thinking he should be the same, but his sale was, you know, 4 or 5 months in, it was a pre-COVID sale. So in addition, if he had proved his case that the house was still worth that on the market, and he showed me that, you know, but his argument was really just the percentages that other people were getting, not showing me market data. And the market data he showed me was the property itself from October 2020. I mean, I'm sorry, sale date of March 2020. So as I said, those were the 2 reasons. He didn't bring me other comps. And it was a pre-COVID sale, and it's not that far off of what the town has. So the town may be off on the other ones. I know it was 506 Sasko and 702 Sasko Hill Road were the other 2 properties. And he was saying, you know, the difference between the sale price on those properties and what the town has them at. I can read them out. One of them, the sale price was $5,250,000, and the town has it at $5,100,000. That was a September 1 sale. And then the other property he listed was a August sale for $3,950,000. The town has it at $3,509,600 appraised value. And they were all built, those are newer homes. His was built in 1959. So that was his argument, was, again, it's the neighbor to neighbor. How come my neighbor's got that? I want what my neighbor has. And I think we're trying to say what your neighbor doesn't have. It might be unfair, and it might need some looking at in other ways, but our purview or whatever is to try to come to the right market value of that, and not that you should come down because your neighbor is lower argument. So.
And he can always come back again next year as well. But was there a motion on the table? I'm not sure if I missed that.
I don't think so, but
Okay.
I was considering a motion. I think I will make a motion to deny this appeal.
I'll second that. Ronique here.
This is Harold. All those in favor of denial of this appeal number, what was the number again, please?
600.
I'm sorry, number 600-668 Sasko Hill Road.
Thank you. All those in favor of denial, please raise your hand.
My hand is not up. I'm opposed.
The vote is 4-1 with 1 opposer. Shall I take a few?
You know what, let me do the other one, because he had two on Sasko Hill Road with virtually the same arguments, so perhaps we can look at this one and decide, does it, what do we want to do with this one? Paulette heard this one as well, so, this one is 594, appeal number 594. The property address is 734 Sasko Hill Road. The owner listed is Mead, Robert, March, and Catherine. And again, it was attorney Chris Russo representing this one. The town has it valued at $4,426,800, and they're requesting a value reduction to $4,200,000. And again, I can, these are the sales comparisons. So if Ronique has his calculator, yeah. So this one closed on October 1, 2020. So it probably went to contract sometime. I mean, maybe Paula will know the contract date. He's saying, that the difference is 5.40% between the sale price and the town. And again, he used the same two other sales to make his argument that 506 Sasko Hill is appraised 11% less than what it sold for in August, and that 702 Sasko Hill Road is 2.85% lower than what it was appraised for in what it sold for in November and September of 2020. He didn't show me. I know there's other sales on Sasko Hill. I did not look at those. I didn't pull those, but that was his. Again, it was the same idea. This one happens to be closed closer to the reval, to the date of 10/1/2020, but he did not know how, when it had gone to contract, that I remember. And it was an arm's length transaction. He didn't, is this the one that was on the market, Paulette, for 488 days? I think so, right?
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
So it went to contract on 7/24/20.
And the calculation between the two, he is right. It is 5.4% difference. Dollar amount is about $226,800 on a $4.4 million house. Not too substantial.
So if you were paying that $200 and something thousand, you would think it's substantial, now wouldn't you? It's not.
I know. I think the cases, though, I mean, for a 5% difference from what we have appraised versus what they're appealing, yeah, it could be that it's very a 5% difference of what we appraise it at. I mean, like to Kathleen's point earlier, are we going to be doing that with every single property? I just don't see a huge, substantial difference enough to, but that's just me.
I agree. I don't see a substantial difference either when somebody says 5%. When somebody says $200,000+, I don't care if you've got $50 million. That's a lot of money. So it isn't insignificant to the person who's asking for $200,000. I honestly don't think it's our place to decide what's significant and what isn't. We should go on the facts.
Right. Did he have a good case, Kathleen? Like, what was his?
No, Paulette was able to look up the, how long it had been on the market and all of that. And he did say it was an arm's length transaction. His argument, like I said, is he really just thinks we should get the purchase, he should get the purchase price and not the 5% difference because the neighbors are under, because the other neighbors are less than what they're at. So it's, his argument was that because these other people are lower than what they paid for it, therefore, you should be consistent with all of that. And I guess I would just add to with the 5%, there are a lot, there's many other people in town as well that a 5% difference in their real estate property on a $400,000 property, is significant for them too. And if we're asking them to, be okay with 5 to 7% difference, should we be, that's why I just feel like regardless of what the dollar difference is, I feel like at least in terms of percentages, if we are somewhat consistent and we're not, doing 2 and 3% reductions, We're really looking for people who are aggrieved and where there was a big discrepancy and the model didn't work for the property owner. And if we have other issues with how we're modeling things or how we're valuing, that's sort of a decision for the Board of Finance and the assessor to work out, you know, if they want to do it differently. But I think as a board, it's helpful if we have, you know, with 650 of these, we're going to hear everything. And I just think, you know, that's my opinion is, you know, it's one thing if they were arguing that they had wetlands on their property and that, and they needed a reduction for the wetlands, or he brought some other issues before us, but this was purely a, my neighbor versus, you know, this property. And yes, it was a sale in the reval period, but I don't know. I know there's other sales we could have looked at in that neighborhood too, to see if, you know, I don't know how that, maybe there were higher ones and he didn't show them to me. I don't know. I did not do that, but that's also, you know, if he did, perhaps he would have shown some that were higher other than his. I don't know. Maybe it happened to other ones too. Because I know I believe there were several sales, but.
This is Harold. I have a question. Does someone know if this house is on the golf course side of Sasko Hill or on the east side of Sasko Hill?
It's on the golf course side.
Okay. Just a comment. Sasko Hill is a unique stretch of property, a unique street with some very substantial properties. This particular house was built in 1929 and can be considered a mansion by some. And very rarely have houses on Sasko Hill gone for sale. They've generally been passed down from among family members. This certainly was considered a qualified sale. Previously, they were not qualified sales. So, you know, things have changed, and this is very unique stretch of property on Sasko Hill, especially facing the golf course, much prized view. And so I think that the increase over the selling price, because it is so much in demand and there's so little inventory, that could also be considered a reason for the excess value.
This is Paulette. While I agree with Harold that this is an extremely valuable piece of property and a unique area, there's nothing like this, just like there's nothing like Fairfield Beach Road. And it is valuable, but again, now here we are. Now these people paid 4.2. That's the market value, right near the end of the evaluation period. So no COVID stuff anymore. The COVID prices were well out of whack by this date, by the closing date. So now we're saying that we're right near that period that we were trying to get at, but we don't think he should get a reduction because that's not the market value. I'm not sure I get that. And then, well, I guess 5% isn't important, although it's over $200,000. So, and by the way, it was never my intention to do what the Board of Finance or the assessor wants. We don't work for them. You work for the public to get a fair answer. If it's the town's right, they're right. The public's right, they're right. We don't go to them and ask them how much percentage they'll accept. It's not their problem. It's not our problem. They accept what they get.
Excuse me, Paulette, I don't think that anyone's asking the assessor's office to do that. And in my statement, I'm just asking us to consider the uniqueness of the property and why the market price in October is so high. This house was on the market for quite some time, and somebody purchased it because it was on sale for a long time, and perhaps they got a very good deal.
It's true. They probably did. Well, that's a lot of money, but yeah, they probably did get a good deal. But they got a good deal when prices were really, really high. So I don't understand why this can't be the market value. They paid it. They paid it at the time we were arguing about in the last deliberation, and now we're saying that maybe not. Well, what is the market value going to be if it's not what somebody paid during the period, right at the period that at the height of the period? Then what is the market value? And you're right, Kathleen, he was using his neighbors as comps, which we don't usually go with. But it's more than that. He said that, yes, but he's also saying that they're asking to be brought to the purchase price. So I just have a hard time with that. How are we going to decide? Why are we going to decide it's more than what he actually paid right at the top of the market?
Yeah, this is Kathleen. I mean, if we apply the 1%, Ronique probably has his calculator. If they went to contract, what did you say, July 1 or something like that? So it's, you know, July 1, September 1, October 1, whatever, July, August, September. So it's about a 3%, right? If we use that model or not, but about a 3% market increase at continue, and it's the market is continuing to go up. So to get to October 1, you know, you might do 1% a month, and then and now he's only at a 5% difference. So then he's going to be down, I think, right, closer to 2% difference. And so, and I'm just, you know, I don't think we should be granting appeals for you know, at this point in the reval period, or that we want to set that precedent for doing 2%, you know, unless it's a condition factor that somebody, you know, and it needs to be corrected, or, you know, their lot in the neighborhood is, you know, other issues that are not relevant, but that was not the case with this appeal. This was purely my neighbor's, you know, sale price doesn't match their house price. How come I'm more or less? And we're talking 4.2 million. I mean, it's not like we have a lot of sales that we can be confident to say, we know this is, you know, this is exactly where he should be. And I'm sure they didn't know that when they were negotiating either, exactly, you know.
This is Harold. I'd like to state one more thing. As we've pointed out earlier, I think we might be doing a disservice to the appellant if we approve in part, because then they are locked out of appealing for 5 years, and perhaps market conditions will change within the coming year. And by disallowing or denying the appeal, it gives them quite some time to possibly get a better situation to appeal next year.
And so if they came before the board next year, they came and said, I want my property value to go to X, because that's what the market value is now. What will we say? Will we say, well, but we were looking at a different period. So right now, it really isn't that important. You can't, I didn't think we were doing that. Maybe I'm wrong. But if somebody comes next year, are we going to look at next prices to lower their assessment or their value?
Yes, that's what I'm saying, because maybe they want to come back in 2 years or 3 years, anytime between now and the next 5 years, but they will be locked out. And if market conditions do change, they won't be able to appeal for 5 years.
Ross had his hand up there, Harold. I don't know if you saw that.
I did. I was looking at the information of the property. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Oh, you're muted, Ross.
You're muted.
I believe the property is listed as under construction, which means that we haven't finished valuing it as fully improved. So once that comes off, the value will change and they would have the opportunity to appeal again. So they're only precluded from appealing again if you change the value and there's no lawful reason for us to change it. Once we have a reason to change it, you know, completing a permit, for instance, then they have the opportunity to appeal again. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ross. This is Harold. There's nothing on the field card that indicates that there has been a construction permit filed for. So
What was that address again? I'll check.
734 Sasko Hill Road.
You're correct. I was thinking of the prior property. My apologies.
okay. All right, what do we want to do?
I mean, I'm gonna make a motion to deny it, sort of in the same, for the same reasons as the last time around, the percentage, the 1%, it's a 5% difference. I'm gonna be consistent in how I'm making my motions and people don't have to, whatever. So my motion is to deny.
I'll
This is
second that
Harold.
motion, Mrs. Ronique.
Raise your hand if you are in agreement.
Oh, did you get the second? I think Ronique.
Yeah.
Ronique seconded, yes.
Yeah.
If you agree to deny, raise your hand. We have 4.
I'm not raising my hand. And if, if the 5% is so little, perhaps you guys can all chip in and give the owner the 200 and something thousand dollars since it's so negligible. I'm not voting with the board on that.
All right, I have 4 in favor of denial and 1 against. The vote is 4-1 for denial. Okay. Kathleen, did you say you had another, or was that the one?
Those two were back to back. So yes, those were similar arguments on the same street using the exact same comparable, reductions. So those went together. So.
All right, this is Harold. I would like to take a few. And I'm going to start at the top with appeal number 1.
Number 1.
Appeal number 1 is a property located at 503 Penfield Road in Fairfield. The owner is Jeffrey Riches and his wife, Carol Riches. The town's value for this property is $879,200. The appellate's opinion of fair market value is $687,300. The homeowner came in, said that he would like us to focus on the land value predominantly. It is not FEMA compliant. The value of the land only is what his opinion of the fair market value is of $687,300. He says he has to pay flood insurance for $1,000 a year for flood insurance. There was no additional documentation. However, he did indicate that it was his opinion that anyone who purchased the property would want to do a tear down. So that's why he feels that the property has value only for the land itself. I would point out that the home was purchased, built in 1947. So it is 73 years old. And the last improvement that I see on the field card was 40 years ago. So there were no significant improvements in the recent history. I did notice on the field card that there was an adjustment made from the prior assessment, which was a total of $519,540, which was the same as the period year before, and that jumped up to the current assessed value of $615,440. Of course, that includes the dwelling as well as the residential land. The dwelling itself is appraised at $134,300 and the land at $481,100 as assessed value. I would like to ask, there were no comps presented, only the opinion that the property should be valued at for the value of the land only. I would like to find out why the dwelling, it appears that the dwelling was raised approximately $2,000 in value from the previous assessment, even though it has aged further, and also would like to look at comps for the land values in that neighborhood to see if it is in line, because the land value itself is $687,300, which is also the asking price, asking value by the homeowner. So I would like to ask the assessor if he can look at the land values in the neighborhood nearby and see if this land is correctly noted, and if the 0.232 acres for 10,125 square feet is being correctly appraised. Assessed, I should say, assessed.
Okay, I'll get back to you. I mean, I'll have to research it. What am I looking for? Why do we think the land is wrong?
I don't know that it's wrong or right. I have no comps, but certainly the majority of the concern that the homeowner has is on the value of the land, because that's what they're claiming the entire property is worth. If the value of the land is correct, then the house that is occupied on the land certainly has value. I question why it went up $2,000.
But he's saying his house is not worth anything,
he
and that the
said
property should be only land
it's not
value.
worth. The property should be the land value, yes.
So this is Kathleen. I mean, Harold, I can make a comment on this. Again, I think when we talk about market value of a property, we need to, that land and improvements in somewhat is done through, through a mathematical equation. It's rated, what do we call it? Mass appraisal. It, is an equation that influences what all those numbers are. And when we are considering an appeal, we need to, as much as people question those things, why one is one and the other might be a question that they can ask the assessor. But in terms of, how do they come up with it? That's really their number. I think our purview is to look at the 844,900. Do I have the right property? 503 Penfield? I think I do. Is that the right number, and did they support their argument for a lower number? And, so I would say if they said it's only worth the land, then tell us what the land is and show us some comparable sales that shows us what land value is, because that land number is just a number assigned by the assessor's office. It's not, it may or may not be, 100% the sale price, what the market value of a piece of land was on that day. It's just a part of the formula that makes up their total appraised value, if that makes sense.
I do understand the appraised value of this property at 503 Penfield Road is $879,200. That's the appraised value as of October 1st, 2020. The appellate did not provide any comps, and although they feel that the land value, the appraised land value should be the value of the entire property, and the fact that they did not provide any comps, and it's not our role to find comps for them, I make a motion to deny this appeal.
Oh,
Ross
Russ
his
has a
hand raised.
comment for you, Harold, but I think,
Just to clarify, the value that the appellant provided is incorrect. We're at a value of 844.9 right now. I think if you check the field card, you'll see that.
I'm looking at the field card of 503 Penfield Road, unless this is the field card that I did print out this evening, and it shows 879,200.
503 Penfield.
503 Penfield, perhaps I'm mistaken, and this is a field card that they presented that is an older field card. I'll have to go to the downloaded file to verify that, and I'm going to do that now.
Yeah, it looks like in the provided file, they provided a field card, but it's dated January of 19th, 21, prior to the grand list being finalized. So
Yeah.
their property was lowered before the grand list was finalized.
right. This
I
is
will-
Kathleen.
I will,
Yeah, I think we may run into that with these super early appeals because people were appealing before the informal hearing decision letters and before the grand list was signed. So any
Right.
property card printed prior to 1/29/2021 or whenever the grand list was signed may be in an incorrect value. So I believe in our spreadsheet, I'm looking at the spreadsheet we've been keeping, that links in the town amount from the signed grant, or, from when he signed the grant, when they finalized it. And the spreadsheet we have has 844,900 in it. So they probably filled this form out before they even knew that there were 35,000 less than that. That was sort of why we were asking people to please not file their appeals until everything was finalized, because there was a lot of movement going on, in particular in the beach area, and adjustments and, trying to get the values there. The informal hearing results, there were a lot of those that hadn't gone out yet. And then all that had to get into Ross's, into the assessor's database. So, I mean, it doesn't change their ask amount of 687, but they are at 844. They're not at 879. So.
This is Harold. Thank you very much for the correction. I was working off of outdated data that was provided with the appeal application. And I'm glad that you were able to find that the property record had been updated since then. So I am making a motion to deny the appeal for the property at 503 Penfield Road, which is currently appraised at $844,900. Do I have a second?
This is Kathleen. I'll second it.
Thank you. Just getting to the pictures again of our board. So a vote. All those in favor of denial, please raise your hand. All those opposed? No opposals. The motion to deny this appeal is approved 5-0. I do have a hand raised by our appraiser, assessor, excuse me.
that's it. Yeah, this is Ross. Just to let you know, I have added the current field card to the appeal file online.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, that was a little bit more than I expected, but we got it straightened out. Next one is number 3. This property is located at 480 Penfield Road. The owner is Evelyn C. Massarelli. This is an elderly woman. This was a phone hearing. Can you hear me, Kathleen? I can't hear you. I
Can you
can't
just,
hear you.
yeah, can you please just state the record as we're reading them? So if someone's listening at home, they know, what dollars we're looking at.
Yes, of course. The appellant's opinion of fair market value is $699,000. The town's value is $862,000. The owner, Evelyn Massarelli.
Excuse me, Harold. I think this is another one that's a really early one on the spreadsheet, on the data that I have. I'm seeing the town's current, where Ross can confirm this, but I'm seeing the town's current value at $828,400.
I see that
Thank
as well.
you.
On the
Yes.
current card.
That is correct. The appeal was filed early and the information on the application presented the number of 862. I will correct that to say that the town has it appraised at $828,400.
This is Ross. The online file's been updated with a fresh card.
Thank you. This is an elderly woman, and the appeal was heard via telephone. And Mrs. Massarelli claims that the property is in poor condition, that in her opinion, has tear down value only. She has spoken to some potential buyers and builders that have offered her $699,000, and that's why she came up with that number. I would say from the property card, again, there were no comps provided. The house was built in 1950. A second story was added in 1988, and a garage was added in 2001. I don't know that we can get to the number that she's looking for, but I would suggest that maybe we consider the depreciation code, depreciation percentage. It is 1 1/4 stories high, and also consider the grade, which is currently a 4. Again, without comps, I don't know that we can make any real adjustments to the home. Any further discussion or questions? Then I will make a motion to deny this appeal.
I will second that. This is Ronique.
I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of denial, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Denial is approved 5-0. Next, I have appeal number 249. I want to check if the field card that I have attached is is current.
I'm talking away here. I'm sorry. I'm not realizing my microphone is off. Harold, I see the property address is 528 Lally Boulevard. The owner, Patrick J. McInerney. I see the town, but yeah.
I'm there.
Okay.
The property is, as you say, 528 Lally Boulevard, Fairfield. The owner is Patrick McInerney. He indicated the market value, the owner's opinion of market value of $550,000. The town's value was indicated at 617,190. I believe that the error was made in posting not the appraised value, but the assessed values. 617,190 is what the appellate put in for the town's value.
Right, so this is Kathleen, I can correct that, or what I see is 881,700 is the town's current value.
Can we assume that his $550,000 figure was also based upon an assumption of assessed value as opposed to appraised, or appraised as opposed to assessed? Or we should not make that assumption? In other words, is he looking for a value of $550,000, whereas the town has $881,700?
No,
I would
this
say
is
that's
Kathleen,
accurate.
sorry.
Oh, no, I would say I would agree. I think he was looking, this is Ronit speaking, I think he was looking at assessed value and not appraised. And so when he was filling out that card, I believe that it's safe to say that he was confused between the two values. But I'm sorry, you were saying, Kathleen?
No, Harold, but he was clearly asking for 550 market value. I guess I haven't quite clicked on the appeal yet, so I'll look at that and see that. Just want to make sure he wasn't requesting, that as the assessed value as well, and did the math that way. I believe when we sent everybody an email, did we list the amounts? I don't remember. Anyway, that would be the, I'm not concerned as long as we know that 550 is what he's asking for is appraised, is market value. He thinks he wants to be, and maybe you have that in your notes that he wants to go to 550. So really what the town has maybe doesn't matter because he wants to be at 550, right? That's what he's saying.
I'm afraid that looking through the paperwork that I have, there's no indication of another figure that he might want to have as his opinion of market value.
Right. And I think he didn't mean to put market value on that 550 line because he put town's value as 617. But you're right, Harold. I do think, like, I was looking at all the other documents he provided. He doesn't clearly say that that's what he wants as market value, but I think he was really going off of assessed. And I think that's what he wants the house assessed at 550.
This is Paulette. If assessed at 550, if his house is assessed at 550 or around that number, then the appraised value would be around 800. So I'm not really sure what he wants.
Right.
Right, if we take the 550 divided by the 0.7, the number we come up with is, anybody have a calculator handy?
Yeah, hang on. Working on it. So we want 550,000.
Divided by 0.7.
It keeps freezing.
Or times, excuse me, times 0.7.
Yeah.
Divided by 0.7, divided by 0.7.
So 785, 714. So it's a bit different than the 881, about 100,000.
This is Kathleen. Ross, does he have, I'm looking at the rest of his notes here. I can see, I don't see the sales data that, we typically look for, but he is bringing the wetlands and the significant flooding into effect. And I just want to know, I don't know, Harold, if you can explain, did he explain his diagram a little bit to you? Or is he unusual to everybody else's property in the area and we've never recognized that? Land, that. 10
Well,
houses. Mhm.
he did say, I'll give it a little bit of information. The house was raised 13 feet to be FEMA compliant. It is FEMA compliant. The house itself is 76 years old, was purchased by the current owner in 1982. It has significant wetland conditions, as he pointed out, during rains. 20 to 25 feet of his property gets flooded. And when there's a lot of rain, it can take 40 to 45 days to drain when there's heavy rains. It has the original exterior. The garage has damage. And due to Sandy, because of the location, a river gets created that drains into the marshland because of his area. He did do a handwritten map showing what the wetlands are that run behind the properties at 510, 494, 478, and 462 Lally.
This is Ross. This would be a good property to look at the aerial on. I think you can compare that to his map and get a good idea of what's going on there.
Okay. If you could bring that up, that would be great.
Yeah, I'm WebExing. This is Ross. I'm WebExing through a laptop, and that's all I'm using the laptop for. So I don't. I can try.
Or is there a wetlands?
I'm not even talking about a wetlands map. I'm just saying, bring up the aerial and you can see, the house and the surrounding areas, the marshland.
All right. Do you want to try to hold up your laptop?
Well, no, I guess I could do that. I'm trying to bring it up on the laptop.
This is Kathleen. So I guess my question would be, he says that basically all 10 of those properties have water problems in the back, right? Was he lifted? I thought you said he didn't have any work done on his house. So, and maybe he was listing houses that were lifted. I'm not sure. I just want to make sure that if his neighbors have adjustments, for wet in the back and he does not, then he's not being treated, in that respect, his land.
Okay.
I don't know.
Let me get this
Can't find it here.
GIS view for you.
Again, the property is 28 Lally Boulevard.
And I see the recent renovations. Not that it's
528
528, yeah.
Lally Boulevard.
And for everyone's benefit that might be listening, this is being pulled up on the Fairfield GIS site from the fairfieldgt.com main page.
On the vision card itself, there are some notes regarding this property that, if you like, I can read them to you. There was an addition of the second story in 1989. There's a note here that says outdated kitchen and bath, garage has water damage, rear of property floods, in parentheses, 40 feet. In August of 2013, it was elevated in place. Repairs were made and they added a wood deck. as a result of the storm. Garage and damage condition due to storm corrected in 10/13. Repairs of storm damage to the rear was done in, well, it doesn't indicate what was repaired, but in 2/15 there was a repair. Solar panels were added in 2/16, and three windows were replaced in October of 2019. So some conditions were improved.
Well, that's not what I wanted to do.
It appears that the house was raised nicely, and there's some nice balconies. It is a two-story house. Three bedrooms, one full bath. Yes, I see. We see the aerial.
Okay. His house is this one right here, 528, the smaller lot to the south of that yellow circle.
And is that an outbuilding in the back, or is that a garage?
I believe that is a garage. We have that listed as a garage.
Yeah, so you can barely make it out on the photo that's on the field card.
But I think, yeah, so you can use this and compare that to his map.
So this is Kathleen. So he's complaining, not complaining, but his issue is the flooding behind his property?
That's correct.
Okay. So in that, because there looks like there's a home almost behind him, or it's just that vacant, whatever that vacant area is that town wetland? See that center space, Ross? Yeah. Whatever that grassy area to the left is there, that large couple parcels, or that's
Right,
another
this is-
house.
That's a house, and then there's a rectangular strip of marshland there
Mm-hmm.
that runs, from Lally over.
Behind all those properties.
Yep, big rectangle in between all those parcels.
Right, and the flooding is coming, water, he's saying it's wet back there, so he must have some wetlands on his property. But then the flooding is coming from the town parking lot, or it wasn't?
I'm not sure where it's coming from. This is Harold speaking, but he said that during heavy rains, that area behind the house does accumulate. It's almost like a catch basin, accumulates a lot of water and can take up to 40 days to drain. And it creates a river that flows into the marshlands further to the lower portion of that photo, which I believe should be west of the property.
This is Paulette. So basically, he has a lot that's half the size as the appeal we just heard on Penfield. And Penfield, Valley, and Roland are all similar streets that can be compared to each other as far as value goes, for market value. He's got wetlands back there, or something that floods, even if it's not technically wetlands. He's got marsh back there, so I'm sure he's got restricted use of some of that property. So based on that land, that to get somebody to buy that, where you'd say, okay, well, how, people are buying houses there and knocking them down and putting up multi-million-dollar houses. He doesn't have enough land. It's wet, so that's not going to appeal to a builder. So we're looking at something that really doesn't have much more value than just the house that's on it. Maybe they can go back a little farther. I don't know. They probably need a variance to do anything substantial or something that would be relevant for today's market. So this probably is too high of an appraisal.
And
Agree
this is Harold, and I don't see any adjustment for the wetland, even though there's notes regarding that.
Well, he said he listed 10 properties that, oh, he said the 10 houses listed have contributed to the excessive rainwater. So he's saying his problems are made because people raise their houses and there's an additional runoff that's creating more water into the wetlands in the back, stream and marshlands, as well as the town parking lot across the street. So he's directly, right, he's pretty much across from the Penfield parking lot. Is that what that is? I think so.
Three houses in from the parking lot.
Ross, do we have any land adjustments on any of those others who back to the marshland or who are across from the town parking lot? Or even the one that's on the behind, next to the parking lot?
I'm sorry, you want me to look on the opposite side of the street next to the parking lot?
Or like his neighbor to the south or east or whatever it is there, I'm just wondering if we ever adjusted in, those people may have less, they don't have the marshlands as much as he does, but I'm just wondering, do we in general, because there's a town parking lot across the street, does there get any consideration for that in their land value? Up or down, I guess it would be down.
I'm looking at the house towards the beach next door to his. It's a similar sized lot, and it's coded consistently. There's no land adjustment on that.
Mhm.
I'm going to go to the larger one to the north, away from the beach. No adjustment on the land on that one either. And I'll go across the street. So across the street, the one that's, the side lot and the rear lot both abut the parking lot, they have a 10% adjustment.
Yeah,
And I'll go to
because,
the one
Okay.
more. I'll go to the one next door to him. And that one has a parking lot adjustment. But they do directly abut the lot or a piece, or that, who owns that vacant piece?
so this is Harold.
That's town.
Is this property and the adjacent properties within the 100-year flood zone? From other maps that I've seen, I believe that it would be. And I'm wondering if this should not be taken into consideration for the value of the land and its usability, if the condition index should be adjusted, in which case it might affect others.
And if what he wrote on the page was assessment and not appraised, right? Then he really only asked, well, I shouldn't say really only. He's asking for a 12% difference. So if there's a 10% given to other properties and behind him, I mean, I don't see, anyways, I'm sorry. I also assuming that he wrote appraised or assessed, not appraised. Anyways, I'm 12% to 10%. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, the 10% was on the houses across the street that abut the parking lot. The houses adjacent to him had no adjustment.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. I don't know if you're moving your cursor, but we don't see it on your shared screen, like where you're pointing there. So can you put your cursor?
I wasn't pointing. I wasn't
okay.
doing that. I was just speaking as to where it was.
Got it. Yeah, the numbers are a little low on the houses, so it's kind of hard to see which, that's him, that's the subject. Okay, I see.
So
And you're saying the land adjustments are on the two to the north there, northwest.
they're to the,
I see.
Yeah, to the north of the parking lot, away from the beach, the two that abut the town-owned properties there, the parking lot and that other vacant piece,
Okay,
touching the parking lot.
It's a very small piece of property, 0.18 acres.
right.
And the only one of similar size is the one to the right of that, closer to the parking area. It's similar size. Other properties around it are bigger.
Mhm. So this is Kathleen. I think we need clarification on his ask amount because we don't know for sure whether he was talking assessed value or market value when he requested his 550. We do know that, we know that he wrote for town's value. We know he wrote the assessed value, but we're not confident of his ask amount. And I think we do need to clarify that either way before we make a decision. I also think that we need to think about if we are going to give him adjustments for, and rightfully so or not, for parking lots across the street or, the wetlands in the back contributing to runoff and a mess and things in his yard. We need to think about being consistent about that because if there's other neighbors who are equally, aggrieved by that, we just need to take that into consideration as we're making decisions.
So how can we reapproach the owner to get clarification of the owner's opinion of value?
This is Kathleen. I mean, we have emails and phone calls. I don't think it's out of line if you would like to ask him that question, or if you would prefer, we now have a clerk for the Board of Assessment Appeals and, and or Ross, I'm sure we could ask the office to do it, but it has not been outside of our typical thing to call people after the fact for clarification, or we could go back and listen to the tape and if he indefinitely said appraised value, but I think we need clarification on that, so.
This is Paulette. I agree we should have clarification, but I disagree that the assessor or anybody from his office should be calling people. I think one of us should call him. And I'm very
Okay.
happy to.
And since this is Harold, and since I'm the one who did the hearing, I will take the responsibility to reach out to Mr. McInerney and explain to him what the information was that we were looking for on the application, on the petition, and ask him to agree to the figures that he understands they should be. Is that
Agree.
acceptable to everyone?
I agree.
Okay,
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
then we will not move forward on this appeal. All right, I can move on to the next one since we're doing so well. Now, this is appeal number 311. The address is 241 Colonial Drive. The owner is Richard and Karen Domchowski. The town has it appraised at, the property appraised at $934,000. And the appellant's opinion of the fair market value is $871,020. The reason for appeal is the new assessment is higher than comparable sales and also higher than like design residences in my immediate block. And he provided a lot of information, including a letter for his reason of the appeal. And I would ask perhaps I could either read it or ask you to take a look at it and read it yourself. I would also say that he had a question about how the field card calculated the land value, because as he was multiplying across the unit prices and size adjustments and other adjustments, it didn't equate to what he thought it was. And I spoke to the assessor's office about that and got a clarification that the coding did not adequately reflect the percentage of increase. So I did take it upon myself to call him and left a message to explain that and to contact me if you had any questions about that. Ross, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, just to clarify what the issue was there,
Yes,
I want to look at the card and get the language correct.
it had to do with the location adjustment.
It was the location adjustment. It was displaying a factor of 1, regardless of what the actual factor used was. It was just a problem with Envision that has been corrected, and new cards are going to be loaded onto the Vision website, hopefully within a few days. They're working on that now.
This is Kathleen. Yeah, and you may have said this and I was not paying close attention, but that affects a lot of properties. It's not unique to this, right?
It was a problem with the way the field was displaying on the card. It didn't affect any calculations whatsoever, but it was just displaying 1 on all cards, regardless of what the actual location adjustment was.
Yes, that was my understanding in speaking with you, because when we applied the adjustment that should have been displayed there of 1.1% or 110%, then that made up the difference of the $54,000 between what the homeowner calculated and what was displayed. So the displayed amount was correct. If the adjustment number would have been displayed correctly, then the homeowner would have not had a question about the total. Hopefully that makes sense. Mr. Domchowski did provide a lot of information. He did state that he does not have a big problem with the land value except the calculation, and that's why I felt compelled to call him today to clarify that for him. He did have a formal hearing, and his assessment was reduced by some $21,700. And his issue is mostly on the value of the structure. His calculation showed that it should be lower. Also, he has a spreadsheet of sales. And with the sales comparisons, he believes that the sales comparison average, in his opinion, came to $871,020. And that's why he indicated that as his opinion of fair market value. The property has been elevated as FEMA compliant. I did not research the comparables that he had pulled.
This is Kathleen. I think the comparables that he's using, I can't, I mean, they're pretty small on my computer, but if you read his paragraph about what even though the second sheet lists 8 recent sales, which have consistent land fraction increases, but while widely varying improvement increases. I note that the increase for the 257 property may be skewed. So again, let's see. I also note that using the calculated fair appraisal of 882 yields an equivalence. So he's using a square footage comparison, to how the sales properties are valued based on square footage. Not necessarily. It's not like he gave 3 sales comps and said, you know what I'm saying? It's hard for me to see the sales data there, but I don't know if it's your typical, sales comparison where you list 3 properties and you say, this one's nicer than mine, this one's less than mine, this is about mine, and then comes up with a number. He's using, I think, square footage 398 calculations type of thing. So it's a little hard to see. Oh, I zoom in here. What happens? In terms of the comps, Harold, did he point out those comps and said, these are like mine?
No, he just presented this is Harold, he did present his letter and all of the details behind it. In the time allotted to us, I'm afraid we did not have much time to go into it in further detail. I told him that we would look into it more during our deliberations as we are now. I did calculate that, well, he did get a reduction as a result of the informal hearing, and he is still at a approximately 10.1% overall increase on the property value. And since he is comfortable with the land value, I don't know if much can be done to the value of the structures itself to get him to where he wants to be. The property is listed at 86% good, I believe, on the field card. Yes, and a grade of 5, which is certainly above average or average for that age of a home. Is that how would you categorize a grade 5, Ross?
How would I categorize? What do you mean by?
Is that an average number? It is above average
Yeah.
number? Average.
Average.
Okay. Thank you.
Average to maybe a little better than average.
Yes. C plus, to use my term. Okay.
Like I said, I'm just really having I am looking for the sales comparison, sort of approach to get to market value. And I'm just seeing a lot of square footage comparisons, and I'm having I don't know, Ronique, if you pull it out of there, anyone else can see what it is. Or maybe I'm just on the wrong page altogether. All right, I'm looking at the wrong page.
We did
I see.
mention a sales comparison number of 882, but his opinion was that it should be 871,020. I'm looking for that number of 882. Oh, fair appraisal of 882,734 yields an equivalent square foot price of $398.
Yeah, this is Russ. Page 5 of the backup has the sales comparison.
Right,
sheet.
I'm trying.
Data comparisons on Colonial.
There are some sales in there. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the sales. Yeah, that on the comp, he put himself in the middle there. I see number of bedrooms, number of baths, sale prices of 775, 889, $1,000,001, $1,000,004, million. I mean, I wouldn't consider those comps on Puritan Road, the 272 and 289, if they're $1,000,008 sales. What sales are in the 11 Pilgrim Lane is really the one sale that's, I'd have to look at his property to know whether it's square foot, what is he, 226, that's a little bit smaller. It sold for 889 on August of 2020. Property size is a little bigger, 10,350 square feet as opposed to his 9,375, and he's a little smaller. And that one sold for 889 in August. So that's the comp I'm seeing. It's a little bit bigger than him. And what is he? And then I see the 145 Puritan with a note though. All the other sales he's listing are higher values, and I think that's because he's doing a square footage comparison. So 889, well, I don't remember. Let's see. Town has him at 934. Even that kind of a reduction is a fairly small percentage reduction. Again, I don't know, if, especially in the beach area here, if we're going to be getting into, I don't know.
Are you discerning any sales data from this data comparison on the Colonial Mirren block? I don't see any sales data.
Well, like I said, this is Kathleen, and Ross pointed us to the page, but he's using square footage calculations and to figure it all out. And and I'm looking again, because a lot of the sales, on the list are high value properties, well over $1 million. So even if you were trying to pick out the comparable, it's just, I'm having a hard time picking them out. And it doesn't look like,
Well, this is Harold. I don't think they're being shown.
no, there's some sales in there, but like I said, I think he's using it in a table to show something else. He says list 8 recent sales have consistent land fraction increases, but widely varying improvement increases. So he's talking about how those vary one to the other. We've heard, in the beach area, we've all been here in the beach area for a couple days now. So we know that they all have a lot of questions about land value versus house value, how one neighborhood is valued versus the other, how it, again, about how the model works and how the values were calculated. And there's just a lot of discussion about that. And not that those aren't relevant questions to be raised, but for us to be, it's just hard to pull sales out of them, and just say, look.
And this owner did state that he does not have much issue with the land portion value.
Right.
But he is trying to compare his home by square footage with other homes of significantly varied overall value. And that is really not something we can consider, because it really can't be done, I don't think, in a fair way. If you're dealing with houses of 1.7 million versus $900,000, the square footage just can't be carried across.
Right. Again, it's the argument. It's the argument there, and not the presentation of, this is my house and this house is nicer than mine and it's sold in the reval period. It's all about my land is too high or my house is too low. And those, we know that those are mathematical formulas, and you just can't, it's used to come to a value. And while we look to see if somebody is aggrieved because they've got wetlands or because they've got a lot of flooding, and really their, land is not valued, their property definitely has less value than their neighbor because they've got something significant, whether it's traffic or flooding or something. Then I think we try to get them coded better so that as the revals go forward, they stay consistent, that their land's 55% less than their neighbor because they have a really awkward lot, or it drops off in the back. And those are the, that's when we tend to start to look at comparative land values, neighbor to neighbor, not as part of the whole. If I don't know, am I explaining it right or not? But, that's where this is at. And I just think his argument is, house versus land. And I don't know that we want to go there when there's not an aggrieved, problem with the property, and there's not great sales data presented in that comparable way to say, this house sold right next to me and it's, and mine's not as good as that. And, mine would have sold for this, or I adjusted it up or down and came to this value, to get to market value. And these are mathematical formulas. So, this won't be the last one. We hear like this. And so
I want to point out again that this homeowner did go before the reval company for an informal hearing and did receive a $21,770 reduction on their assessment. And if we look at the difference between the assessment 5 years ago and this year, it's now approximately 10% or a little bit over 10%, which in my opinion, I don't consider to be unreasonable in a 5-year period. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that.
And the percent, this is Kathleen, the percentage decrease, you know, if you look at what he's asking for versus the main, I mean, it's not, you know, again, we know everybody is, you know, not, no one's on, you know, on spot and but, I think, I don't know. I feel like I feel like he maybe could have made his case, but he didn't. And again, if we deny people and they can come back with a better case next year to support their data, then they will get a decrease next year. And by us trying to pick at them, you know, try to find this out of every appeal, it will be here. So I don't know. That's what I'm thinking.
I have a question. It's Paulette. A couple of questions.
Yes.
Based on what we're just talking about, are we saying that we're not going to be, maybe I'm just asking, are we saying that we're not going to be looking at houses versus land because somebody says their house, the guy's house next door is way nicer than mine? Or are we not looking at that? Because I'm wondering how the town gets the value of the house. For example, this guy's house, I think, was rated as average or better than average. How do they know that if they weren't in it? So you raise the price of somebody's house, but you haven't been in it, so you don't really know what's in there. Land you can walk on, you can see it. So I just wondered if are we saying that we're not going to be considering looking at giving anybody relief if they're coming in with issues about the house versus the land? I'm just trying to clarify so I'll know for the next one.
This is Harold. I think that Ross has an explanation for this.
Okay.
You're on speaker.
Yeah, this was not a revaluation where we go and visit every house. We have to do that once every 10 years.
Mhm.
That was in 2015, and we'll do it again in 5 years. So what the revaluation company does is they use the existing data, the existing visits that have been done in the previous 5 years, and use that data to build the new pricing model. So they're really just updating the pricing to reflect the change over the 5 years. And this particular house was visited in September 24th of 15 by my office, by Ken, the deputy assessor.
Okay, so that was what was like 5 years ago. So we're increasing somebody's value when we don't know what it looks like, and it's 5 years later. So there might be, I can't say there might be some depreciation. We don't know that, so we won't give them anything off, but we're very happy to raise it, whether we're never even seeing it. Why didn't it just stay the same? We haven't been in it. You don't know what's in there. He could have holes in all the floors. We don't know. But you're raising somebody's house value without a reason. It's a depreciating figure. The older it gets, without updates, the worse it is. Now, he could have tons of updates. We don't know. So it's catch-22. But we're going right ahead and increasing somebody's value without knowing what we're looking at. But that's okay.
This is Harold, and we do have some appellates that have highlighted to us damages to their home or issues, condition issues that would affect the grade and percent of depreciation. I think that we will all receive some of those, and we do take that into consideration.
Okay, so we're saying that we'll
When they
consider.
have photographs, they present photographs, they present documentation of estimates of repairs and the like, and we take that into consideration.
Okay.
That's my experience.
And I'm not saying this person deserves it. They didn't present it and we don't, they didn't give us the information, then that's fine. I'm just talking about in general, so I understand. And then my other thing, I know we talked about this before, but I'm not clear. Why do we keep talking about 10%? Is that the ceiling we have for what we're willing to give somebody? So everything is 10% or under as far as making changes?
No, this is Harold. I mean, we use 10% in many different instances. In this instance, I was just highlighting that the actual increase was 10% over the 5-year period.
Okay.
I'm not using that in any judgmental way.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Katie.
I'm sorry, just a point of order. We did have somebody join our WebEx. And I just knew we need them to identify themselves for the record. It's just the letters HD, so we don't know. Prue would want to put that in the record, which board member joined the WebEx.
Yeah, it's Helene Daly. Am I not allowed to listen?
Oh, hi, Helene. I think we didn't publish the WebEx number for the public, so I think the public is using the number that's on the agenda, which is a conference call, so that they can listen, but they're not on the WebEx.
All right, I'll try to find that.
Yeah, it's on the top of the agenda. I don't know if I have it. I can read it
That's
to you
all
if
right,
you
I'll
want.
find it. I'm still-
Okay,
All right, thank you.
no worries.
Any further discussion regarding appeal number 311? And I'd like to make a motion to deny this appeal and keep the town's value of $934,000. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Peter. I'll call a vote. A raise of hands. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Paulette, was that an aye from you?
Yes, it was.
All right. The appeal has been denied 5 to 0. Denied 5 to 0. Thank you. I have a few more. I'm prepared to present. I'm looking at appeal number 408, 271 Colonial Drive. The owner is Maureen Martin, excuse me. The town's value is $921,300. The appellant's opinion of fair market value is $850,000. The owner claims that the house is not FEMA compliant, and therefore any new owner would have to raise the house and fill in the basement, severely diminishing the fair market value of the house. And in our hearing, she claimed that she did get a reduction of $21,000 as a result of the informal hearing. Because it is not FEMA compliant, it would be hard to sell. There have been no recent improvements on the house, and she estimates that it would cost $250,000 to raise the house. I don't believe I received any supporting documentation. I'll take a look online and see if anything was loaded recently.
I didn't see any either online.
You checked and you didn't see anything either.
Right.
This is Ross. We are up to date on everything we've received through today,
Very good.
including any materials that came in. So I believe we are 100% up to date.
I don't see anything on the card that would change this opinion. It is a 4-bedroom, 3-bath, 1.5 bath home, 1.5 stories high, 2-car garage. I make a motion to deny this appeal on grounds that there's really no justification, no backup materials.
I'll second that. This is Remnick, that motion.
I'll call a vote. All those in favor, raise their hands. Any opposed? This appeal is denied at a vote of 5-0. How about I do one more? This, sorry, go ahead. Let me speak. Okay. This appeal is 395, 236 Puritan Road. The owner is Abbott Adelaide Roulette.
You said that appeal number 395?
395,
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
appeal number 395. And this property was represented by Charles O'Hara, Esquire, attorney and conservator, and I have a document from the state of Connecticut Court of Probate stating that Charles O'Hara is the fiduciary name for this property. I believe that's in keeping what the statutes require. Again, let me see what backup information we might have on file.
This is Kathleen. There is an appraisal. I'm just looking, it's as of 10/1/2020. Opinion of value is 500, which is the same value that they're requesting. They're requesting to go down to 500,000.
According to my notes, the appraisal was dated October 1st, 2020. The owner is elderly and there are severe condition factors to this property, including sagging floors. The property is located in a flood zone. It is the opinion of the Representative Charles O'Hara that the building is a tear down. He pointed us to look at comps 2. It's larger, but a good comp. And his belief is that the property should be in the 600,000 range. The property owner did get a reduction as a result of a phone call with the formal hearing company, and it was reduced from $969,200 to $912,100. The appraisal, however, came in at $500,000, and I think that there's a number of photographs there to show the condition issues.
So this is Kathleen. Ross, is there anything in particular about, you said it's in a flood zone. I know a lot of the beach is in a flood zone. So I'm looking at, what is my question? Land value in the beach area in general?
The whole area is a flood zone, so.
I know. So, yeah, right. So that particular property, is it overly wet or something else that's wrong with it? I am looking at the comps that he's providing. 120 Eleanor Terrace, 79 Oyster Road. Some of those sales, again, we're sort of looking at, I'm looking for some 10/1, something closer to October sales, especially if he did it then. And he's making pretty large adjustments down, 150,000 on the Oyster Road one, 120,000 on the Roland Road one. So percentage wise, they're coming way down. I don't know what 785 Roland Road is. Where's the sales date on these guys?
And they have a South Benson Road too, which for the next comparable number 4.
This is Harold. I don't think that the South Benson Road is appropriate to this area.
I don't think so either.
And again, it was pointed out that perhaps comp number 2 might be the best match, and that was pointed out by the representative of the owner, Mr. O'Hara.
What's the $150,000 adjustment on 79 Oyster?
Let me see if I can answer that for you.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. It's a condition. I mean, I'm not, Ross is probably better at reading appraisals than me, but in general, it's the, if you look at the condition of the subject property, they say that it's average. Eleanor Terrace is average, and then they put the Oyster Road property as average/good. Why? I think you have to look at the square. Oh, the subject property is what, 11,000? Oh, that's the site. Where's the?
Yeah, this is Ross. The 150 is the sum of all the adjustments coming down the column.
Oh, I see. So the average goes to the biggest. Okay.
So like there, the first adjustment is minus 100 for condition, and then 8,000 for
Basement,
room count. That's a bedroom bathroom adjustment, and then 10.5 for living area and so forth. So that's just your what they're taking off the sales price.
So this is Harold. So this is these minus numbers are taking off the value of the sales price to indicate that the subject property is delinquent in these values, or worth less for these amounts, i.e. $150,000, to get to a closer comparable number. Is that the way realtors do it?
This is Russ. What the appraiser's doing is making adjustments to the comps to make it equal to the subject, or as what you believe is equal, and then you come up with your a series of values that you have to decide how to reconcile that.
Okay.
You typically don't average.
Right, this is Kathleen. It also looks like he only did an exterior inspection. If you look on the under Puritan Road, right, he never went inside the house. He only looked at the outside to do that. Where's the sale? Oh, there's the sales date. So the Oyster Road sale was closed on April 3rd of 2020. The Roland Road sale closed on March, 30th of 2020. And he's doing a 10-1. I think that, right, this isn't a 10-1, so I'm just surprised he's using sales from that early in the year. I would think there would have been more, did he have, is this a really unique home? So he had to go back that far to find the comps? I'm just trying to figure that. That's adjusted at 8.
Well, this is Harold. The 120 Eleanor is a sales date of, where was it? I just had it, 10/15/2020.
Yeah, and I would agree with him that would probably be the most comparable sale out of the 4.
Paulette, and this is Kathleen. Paulette, can you tell me whether you think 120 Eleanor Terrace is a good comp for this Puritan Road property?
Let me look.
It is.
It's a 0.4 miles away.
Well, it's close enough. Let's see, what's there on Puritan?
It is 360 square feet less.
But don't forget, now that appraiser made those adjustments. So he makes since you asked the realtor before, I guess I'll answer the question for you now.
Thank
He makes
you.
the adjustments based on, he takes things and adds things to try to make them as equal as he can to the subject property. So that 300 square feet is accounted for in whatever his price is. we don't have to worry about that. He made those adjustments.
Yes, right. That's why the 16.5 is added. Right, I understand.
Yeah, it's almost backwards. Like it's until you get used to doing it, you think that, this can't be right, but it is. It's the reverse. If the subject property is better, then they add money to the other houses to try to make them even. If it's worse, then they subtract from those comps to try to make it even. Eleanor, huh? Okay, close.
You might, members, you might also want to look down at the pictures that relate to the condition of the interior and exterior of the home.
And there's also a map on page 20. They show the relevance of the housing, but I agree with Paulette. I mean, these were adjusted in this appraisal, and I can see why.
The property on Eleanor was not good, and it was a corner lot. I'm pretty sure that's corner. I'd have to look at the map, but that house was really not good. So, no, you said
Not good as like a
10 on that.
I'm sorry, say that again. What was the sale date on Eleanor?
Yeah,
Let's see, 120 Eleanor Terrace, 10/15/2020 is the date of the sale according to this.
let me see. It didn't show up
Yeah.
at first. Here it is. Okay. All right, here it is here. Okay.
Right,
when you say
we're
not good,
basically,
Paulette,
Yeah, we're okay. Okay.
when you say not good, Paulette, you're talking about the condition of the house, not necessarily the comparison, right?
Right, condition of it, and
Okay. Thank you.
and they thought, let's see, the guy who the lawyer that presented thought that 79 Oyster was the better comp. I think.
I was thinking Eleanor was, but I mean, I could be wrong.
Let's see. Well, let's take a look at Oyster. We'll see. No, I don't think so. Once it's down to 500. I think I might think that Eleanor's not a great house, but I think I
I'm
might.
sorry, I did say Oyster was. My apologies, I confused the two.
That's I think that Eleanor might be the better of the comps. I'm looking now.
Okay.
This is Kathleen. In that Puritan Road neighborhood, do we have any, tear downs? Do we have any sales and tears downs? I mean, I'm guessing the value, this house looks like with the sagging ceilings and everything, that it needs to be, I mean, I don't even know if people can live in it. Like, can you sell it and live in it? I'm not, from the photographs, difficult to see. So, comp 1 through 4.
I think I'm gonna go with Eleanor because it needed significant work. This one does too. The ceilings are sagging, things like that. So I'm thinking that maybe that would be the better comp. I don't think that Oyster is really the better comp for that, but
And it
And that's
wasn't
so-
adjusted as
that's close for 420, right?
434, right?
At 425. Oh, wait a minute. You're right. I'm sorry. Wrong one. Wrong one.
Yeah, you're right. The sale price was 425. The adjusted was 434.
This is Kathleen. So it's Eleanor Terrace as good a location as Puritan Road? In terms of distance to Sherman and all that, you think they're pretty equal?
No, I think that Puritan Road is a much better location.
That's what I'm thinking. This is Kathleen.
Okay.
That's why I feel like whether Eleanor's adjusted up or not, it is, in that area, from what I understand, walking distance to Sherman School is a very valuable thing. So, the fact that these two Puritan and this property are, and even Eleanor are, the distance apart from each other. Where did I see it? 0.3 miles. So it's, it's not a half a mile away, but it's not right next door. And I just can't imagine that we didn't have some tear downs that, in the period that were much closer to the Puritan Road, when I know the Eleanor Terrace was not on the market for like 3 years or something. I don't know, it was on for a long time. Long time. I don't know who bought it, but if I'm thinking of that house, I know what was on.
I'm looking at houses, but it might help us to look at land too, because sometimes they put the tear downs on as land and not as houses. So he might not have looked there. Whoever did it, they should have looked there, but they might not have. So I can look at that as well. What's the matter here? Okay.
So Ross, this is Kathleen again. Do you have any comparable sales on Puritan there, or tear downs, or any? In the photographs, you can see the house next door is raised and built, right? Raised up, and just want to see what we might think the land values are on Puritan, because I believe the land has more value than Eleanor does.
I'll take a look at the house next door. Let's see. This is Ross.
785.
Yeah, it was rehabbed in 13, so that's not recent. Yeah, the house on the other side also is, they're both 2013.
And I don't see any land sales during the eval period that would be comparable to that. There's, they're on Fairfield Beach Road, South Pine Creek Avenue rather, and then the other streets like Alden and Mona, which are not the same. Let's go back to houses.
And what are they at, Harold? What's their current value? Is it 912?
The town has it at $912,100.
And they want to go to 500,000.
Right.
Yes, which is what the appraisal value stated.
Yeah. I mean, this is Kathleen. I'm not, that appraisal, it just has, it has a lot of adjustments that without, knowing the market better, it's just, okay, Ross has his hand waved, maybe as.
Paulette, maybe you could take a look at 43 Puritan.
Okay.
I don't know if that's close enough.
Look.
It sold back in May of 19.
19. Okay. 43 Puritan.
It's a little old, but it's a land sale, essentially.
There it is. You said 43, right?
Yes.
43 Puritan. Looks like new construction. Closed for $1.9 million. And 11
Yeah, look at the prior sale.
Let me look at the prior one was in
May of 19.
Right, let me look at the property history.
This is Kathleen. I can see in the field card, it says for 43 Puritan, it sold for $650 to Beachside Estates in May of 2019. So before the reval period, and I'm sure it was sold as a tear down. I'd have to see what the lot size is. I mean, to look at the land value, that's 10,000 square feet, 10,500 square feet. Subject property, It's how many square feet?
It's 11,737.
So it's a slightly larger lot. Unless there's some, conditions on the lot per se, other than it's in a flood zone, but we know that that is. So, I mean, looking at that 650, if that's a good number pre-COVID for a lot in the beach area, I'm not seeing 500 supported for the land value. Assuming they're arguing it's a tear down, right?
It sounds like they're saying it's in bad enough shape to be torn down.
Yeah, in other words, is it livable? Because we may have other people in the beach whose, their properties will be sold as a tear down, because they're not FEMA compliant, but yet they're livable. So they're providing value for people, you could rent them, you could live in them. So they have some value. If this house is like collapsing and is uninhabitable or, very difficult, then we can call it a real, it is an actual tear down, so it's have no living value. So,
Well, you have to remember that if it's in really bad shape, sagging ceilings, and if the ceilings are sagging, I can't imagine that the rest of the house is in great shape. But remember that because it's in a flood zone, you can't just go in there and fix it. You can only do so much without lifting the house. So that becomes a drawback for a lot of people.
right.
It really does more or less come down to the land value.
I believe, this is Ross, I believe the figure is 50% of the building value before you have to lift.
It's actually 49, but of the, no, you're right, of
49,
the
all right.
value, not of the land. So it doesn't really give you a lot of money because most of the
Correct.
value in is land. You don't really get a lot. So if it's really something that has to be fixed for you to live in it, you're not going to be able to do it at today's prices, really get it all done. And even if you try to do it yourself, if you're a handyman or if you're a contractor, the town makes you put down the value of what you're doing. And they're smart enough to know that you can't put down $5,000 or $10,000 when it's really $30,000. They won't approve it. They caught on to that scam a long time ago.
Right.
And 24 Eleanor was a tear down. I'm looking through it, that there was a fire there. So that's why it was torn down. So I think, I think that going with, the last sale was 650. I think that I would be willing to say, okay, I will agree to that. I won't agree to 500 because we don't have comps for it. But I would agree to 650 or 650 because that is our most recent comp. There are no others. That's not the homeowner's fault. So, I do have an issue with the appraisal that, appraisers will pick comps that benefit the homeowner, of course, but he made all those adjustments. And it doesn't matter if he makes 10,000 adjustments. That's his job. It's not something that I does it. But if he made them even out, then most of the time it's fairly right. But because we don't have a definite comp at that number, I'm willing to go with 650. Because certainly 900 and something is not an ideal price.
Any further discussion?
This is Kathleen. Yeah, I mean, that 650 price was that 2019? I think that was, that was the summer or whatever. What did I say? I took it down. Where did I do with it? Oh, now I can't find it. I think that was a land sale from a year ago because the house sold right in October with the new house on it for, 1.8 million or something. So honestly, I don't know if 650 is high enough. Or we just, but that appraisal should have been better than that as far as I didn't like the appraisal at all. That's my opinion. Adjustments or not, I just don't think it picked very good comps in a very busy market. If you were really going to comp it better, I think that you would have picked, unless it was because, like I said, it was a big, because the condition was so awful and it's uninhabitable.
The property is under this is Harold, under conservatorship now. The comp that you pointed out, 43 Puritan Road, was sold on 5/30/19 for 650. I would like to make a motion to reduce in part to $675,000.
And then this, Paul, I would ask Harold, I'm just asking the reasoning for being higher than the house that was also in terrible shape at 650. What would be the reason to raise it up to 675?
The time frame.
Again, I'm starting to lose my patience with it. The evaluation period is a period of time that we look at houses. It is inappropriate for us to say that the market went up and so these houses aren't worth what they were sold for at a certain date. That's the way they were sold. We can't go jacking everybody's values up. It's during the period that it's a look back period. We're looking back. I don't think it's appropriate for us to start adding money or not reducing things because the market got higher in 2020. This is when it was sold. I don't know what it would sell for today or in 2020. Might not have sold for much more. How big is the lot? Quarter-acre lot. It sells for value, market value. That's market value. We're just jacking up numbers. I just don't think that's fair. Then let's not look at. Let's say, okay, here's what we're going to do.
I'm also looking at the location of this home relative to Colonial Drive and other streets around.
Mhm.
I think this house is further away from Beach Road.
It's further away from Puritan. Yes, it is further away from Beach Road. Yes, I'll agree.
Yes. And that's a plus because it's less noise and less traffic. And that is another reason that I'm considering increasing it by $25,000. And so my motion is to approve in part to $675,000.
This is Kathleen. I'm just going to say, I mean, someone can second it, but, or I'll second it, but I'm going to say that I won't support that motion because I don't think that the appraiser did a good job of telling us the value of that lot when using those tear downs and not using anything, that's closer in that area. I didn't like the appraisal at all. And that number is almost insulting in this market to think that it should be 500. When, we know there was a land sale for 650. So I feel like a professional should probably do a better job than that. That's my opinion. I just have a hard time, with that particular appraisal. But that's me.
Well, I agree with your comments on the appraisal itself, but we can still make an opinion, taking other factors into consideration, such as comparable sales, which is what we have done for similar properties. Do we agree that we have looked at similar properties in making our individual opinions? Or maybe that's not even a fair question, but I'm basing my motion of approving in part to $675,000 based upon the discussion we have had.
Yeah. So this is Kathleen. I mean, the other thing is we've just started the beach area. We have quite a lot of appeals in here. If we don't feel confident that, we're going to we may get better data coming forward before us. I don't know. Someone might come in with a spot on appraisal and give us some really good comps. And then we have, something with more confidence. I don't know. I'm just saying this one doesn't give me, my opinion is it doesn't give me great confidence in it. And is it our job to try to fix, an appraisal that's off by what we think maybe $200,000? I'm not sure.
This is Harold, does what might be coming in terms of comps and appraisals, should that affect our judgment and decisions on this particular property today?
No, because those appraisals, I don't think so, because every appraisal is individual to the houses that you're appraising. I agree that maybe the best appraisal and maybe 500,000 is insulting considering what this other house on Eleanor sold for. But I'm also insulted by a value of $912,000. So let's meet in the middle. And I'm agreeing with Harold. I'll go with the 675. And I don't think we should use somebody else's appraisals for this homeowner. That's not appropriate. Those appraisals are for those houses that they're appraising, and those comps are for those houses. It's not for this house. So I think we need to move along and just.
Yeah, I hear you. This is Kathleen. I hear you, Paulette, and maybe that is correct. I guess I don't have confidence in what the value of land is in the beach area based on it, at 650 from 2019. If, we went looking for that, we came up with that. And I said, I just don't have that confidence, that's all.
Yeah, and I some of the problem is there aren't that many comps. I mean, if he had to do that much adjusting, these guys are not gonna they're not gonna do extra work if they don't have to. If he had to do make that many adjustments to try to make it work, then there probably weren't any other better comps, or he would have used them. So
Yep.
I just, it's there. I'm looking at the MLS. I don't see all that many great ones to use, or I would have spoken up sooner.
I hear you.
And actually, this house closed for $1.9 million in 2020, right? Now, usually the rule of thumb for builders and developers is a third, a third, a third. Third for land, a third for what you have to pay to build, and then the third for the profit. So really, 6, 12, 18, 18, at 675, we're pretty much close to what this builder was planning to get, and it worked.
Mhm.
So that's part of the value of the land too. Builders aren't going to buy something and make, and put it's third, a third, a third. That's just the formula. That's the traditional formula that they use. And this one falls right in line with a house in the sixes.
This is Harold. So do I have a second to my motion?
I did second it.
Kathleen seconded. Show a raise of hands if you agree to approve in part to $675,000.
I'm good.
Peter, your vote? Can't hear you, Peter.
Yeah,
I think-
I'm opposed.
And this is Kathleen, I'm opposed.
The vote is carried, 3 approved, 2 opposed. Thank you. It is now approaching the 9 o'clock hour. If we want to continue, we can. If we want to call it an evening, we can do so as well. With a show of hands.
Oh, this is Kathleen. If everybody's willing, I would like to at least look at the numbers again on that very first one that we voted on, the 3.6 down to the 3. Not that I want to be revisiting everything, but I just want to do the numbers on that one and see, maybe perhaps, I don't know. I recommended 2 earlier. I guess whoever made the motion is the person who can pull it back, right? I think that's the rule. But I just would like to look at the math on that one more time. We sort of gave them the sale price from the contract in the summer, and maybe we should have brought it up from the 3 and not just done a solid 3. So I don't know, and if everybody can agree that or not, that was a decision we made and we're fine with it.
This is Harold. I'm not sure which appeal you're referring to.
Yeah, I'm getting tired. Let's see. It was the very first one, the one to call it, and I heard the Fitz, where is it here?
I think the first one I spoke about.
Yeah, 573. It was 570. No, I'm sorry. It was mine. It was 573. The town has it at what, 3,640,000?
Let me see. I'm going.
Can't even type anymore. 600. Sold for 3 million. Went under contract approximately August 2020. So September, that's about a month or so before. I don't know, Ronique, you can help me with that.
I'm looking at your vows and I'm looking at the price. What was that number again? 3.
It was, yeah, we voted to take it to an even 3 million, which was their ask price. Had we been, sort of looking at our 1%, whatever, perhaps making sure, one, that they still were, you know, not aggrieved, but a good percentage difference, and also, you know, not maybe perhaps make it a little higher than 3. To account for that 1.5 months or 1 month or whatever we want to say.
Trying to find it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. The original was 3. It's really more based on that. So a 1% increase off of the 300,000 would have brought them to 3,030,000.
Yeah, but why are we raising it 1%? I'm not sure I remember why.
So on the very first, on that appeal, we,
Oh, and Sasco, right?
I'm sorry, on Sasco, yes, 580 Sasco Hills, appeal number 573. We gave
Yeah,
them the
573.
purchase, we gave them the purchase price, and it was technically not 10-1. It went under contract, you know, for $3 million in August, and it just closed now. So, you know, I still believe they're probably a good percentage down, but should we, you know, in what we've been deciding with some of the other people who come in with sales, should we, you know, bring it somewhere closer, you know, to the October 1 date? I don't know. Or you guys are okay with it right where it is? I wanted to do the math, and I hadn't done that yet. A 1% increase would add $30,000 to their value. Am I doing that math right? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. I divided into the other, see what the percentage is.
This is Paulette.
So
I'm
8.5% or something. Okay.
Right, this is Paulette. I'm sticking with the original 3 million, again,
Yeah.
because it's market value. It went under deposit near the height of the market as far as look at COVID. And it closes in, you know, February, but the deal was made in 2020. Now, let's look at it this way. Would you like it if you put a house under deposit in 2020, and then they came back to you and said, well, wait a minute now, we're not going to sell it to you for that price on the sale date, because after all, we're going to increase 1% each month, because after all, the market's up. No, the deal was struck. It's market value. And I'm starting to get a little nervous about us referring to the fact that, you know, we might get a beat, and then we're going to have to change. We're going to have to make it, you know, I think it sounds to me, I don't know that anybody means this, but when I'm hearing it, it sounds to me like we're hedging our bets because we don't want to give away too much money for other people to make. And really, that's not important. What's important is, if it's fair, it's fair. It's market value. We shouldn't be adjusting things to hedge our bets and to make it better for anybody, whether it's the town or the homeowner. $3 was the market value recently. We're not talking about 2019. So I'm starting to think that we're doing a little too much with finagling that we really don't have any business doing.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. I apologize. I thought it went under contract much earlier than it did. It didn't go to contract until August 15th. So I'm comfortable leaving it at the 3 million that we said. I'm good, unless, yeah, I'm fine. I just hadn't done the math yet, and it, you know, it was 4 hours ago. We had the other conversations, and I wanted to make sure I knew what we had done, and I'm still comfortable with that. So.
Okay, this is Harold Zawadzki. I think given the hour and the work that we've worked thus far, we've done I think a very good job for our first night deliberations. I would, do we need to vote on adjournment?
This is Kathleen. Yes, Harold, we do. The only thing is, you know, I think we will try to regroup if everybody wants to give me some feedback on how you think we should organize Saturday's deliberations to move quickly. This was sort of not an experiment, but a way of saying, you know, can you bring 5 that you're ready for and see how we're gonna how it goes? Are we more comfortable that we should go just, go back to what we've done in other years, which is sort of try to do, a tight neighborhood grouping and sort of tackle that. That may put some people on the spot more than others, or we may say that we're comfortable and ready to, do it that way. So
Well, this
you
is
want to let
Harold.
me know, this process questions, it's not specific properties, it's much more how do we want to proceed forward?
Yes,
We won't have the assessor on Saturday, so.
right. So this is Harold. So I think that it would behoove us all to look at the information that's available online that has been downloaded. Make copies of that information that you think will be helpful. For example, at least the property card, which is very helpful. And be prepared to discuss your case. We have been taking everyone's opinion into consideration as we move forward through these deliberations, and we've been voting accordingly. So I want to thank everyone for participating, and please provide feedback to me or Kathleen as to how you think we might improve this process even further. And also, I want to point out a thanks to Paulette for her work in researching some of the more interesting appeals that we've had.
Oh, and just let me say that I got that email about checking the ones the appraisals that Greg Lane did, and I'll be working on that tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Well-
that.
No problem.
All right, at this point then, I will call for a vote to adjourn. I make a motion to adjourn. Is it seconded? It is
Second.
seconded by Kathleen. All those in favor, raise your hand. Peter?
Yes.
Yes. Paulette?
Yes, yes.
All right. Good evening, everyone. This
All right.
session has ended and the recording will end shortly.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, Ross.
Right.